Hello again, friends. Welcome back to twitch.tv/TrooperBerry, and welcome back to more I Was a Teenage Exocolonist, where I think we're approaching the end game. The timeline the game covers runs from when we're 10 to when we're 20, and we just turned 17, so there's not that much time left, and there's still so much more to do. More stats to grind, more loot to collect, more flirting to do. I fear there might be more combat to do as well, because our dipshit governor just used the last of our explosives against the latest glow attack. And as the schedule suggests, there's still much more time to go. So we might have to look into upping our combat ability, which hasn't been a focus of ours. I mean, as you can see right there, it is, we're just shy of 40, compared to us maxing out perception in animals, and even our toughness is not terrible. Okay. So it is quiet one, so we just started a new year. So first thing to do, we're just gonna have a quick run around. Oh, Deese's got some new gear on, that's nice. We'll just gonna have a quick run around and then see if there are any new collectibles out there we need to grab. Oh yeah, and the other thing I noticed, all of our character models have been updated. Everyone looks much more grown up now. Okay, not seeing any. Not seeing any collectibles on the ground. Looks like Rex and Tangent have some dialogue for us, but before we do anything, because we got our last biology perk, we're able to enhance our DNA. Now, we passed on it last time, but after giving it some thought, see, we do want to do it. Okay. So here's what I'm thinking. I feel like our yellow is, well, I don't know that we're going to have time to do much with that. And our blue skills are actually pretty solid. The reasoning is trailing a little bit, but biology is max, and organizing and engineering are, they're both at 75. Not too bad. And we have two maxed out red ones as well. Here's my fear. I feel like there's a chance combat is going to come into play again, and there is, well, we've been neglecting that, so I wonder if we'd pick the super strength, actually. Because these give you, well, okay, now that I think of it, these give you extra skill gain. But then again, I have to remind myself that our deck is currently 68 cards large. The chances of that coming up in any given time is going to be probably not great. So maybe we do the super strength. It's a lazy person's dream. Eat whatever you want, don't exercise at all, and still likely spend all day in the gym. Yeah, I'm fine by that. Okay. It's a tricky process, much more complicated than modifying the malleable stem cells of an embryo. You would risk doing it again, but this time it works out. Dr. Instance knows what you've done, but you take her silence as tacit approval of your risky experiment. Okay, so we'll run with that. Now, let's see. What is... Hang on, first. It is a new new season, so we should be able to hug and gift Rex again. But what's he got to say here? Oh, so it looks like Rex's body has grown, but his choices of clothing have not. Over the years, a lot of people have started wearing a lot less clothing than you remember from when you were growing up in the climate-controlled stratosphere. Definitely a lot less than in the holovids you brought from Earth. Rex, though, Rex has really acclimated to Vertumna's hot, sultry weather. So, we can say, dude, put a shirt on. I mean, no. We can. So, because our empathy is apparently above 40, we can take our own shirt off in solidarity, or we can we can flirt. What is this a friendship event? I'm not sure. Maybe. Anyway, I mean, come on, come on. Look at that. Who could you not flirt with that? Rex throws his head back and laughs so loud it echoes through the courtyard. Oh, he howls. You both giggle, then lock eyes for a few seconds that feel like literal months. Eventually, Rex fixes you with a fangy smile, then scratches the back of his head. It does nice things to his whole chest, shoulder, bicep situation. So, look what you see, huh? He leans in, sharing a secret. Me too, he whispers, then winks at you. Apparently, that was an event all its own? Okay, so first off, we got a hug again. And then we're going to give him another log. We're down to 5. We should probably go on an expedition and go get more. Okay, so more friendship, and then Rex's construction project continues. I wonder when that's going to actually bear fruition, or bear fruit rather, come to fruition. Either of those. Okay, you spot Rex carrying supplies and big pieces of wood into the construction site at the end of the lounge, the future home of his bar. He waves at you. Well, as much of a wave as he can do with his arms full of mushwood. Hey, he calls out to you. Things are going great in here, thanks to you. It'll be done in no time. You take a look at what you can see. Rex has kept it all pretty well tarped up and hates letting people inside to peek, but you can tell it's big. Perhaps a little too big. Ambitious, maybe, for a first solo construction project. But Rex has had a lot of help from his crew and from the whole colony. He'd have to be able to find enough wood. Well, I'd love to see it. Rex shifts from foot to foot. Well, he sighs, biting his lip, but you get the sense he's dying to share it with someone. Okay, but just for you. You follow him into the tent. It's chaos inside, littered with pieces of mushwood of varying lengths and covered in fine sawdust. Light coming in through the gaps in the tent pick up all the little sparkling motes of dust in the air, making it seem almost magical. Rex spreads his arms. Well, this is it, he says. Well, so far. We have a bar and a dance floor. That's all you really need. He swipes open his holopalm and starts playing some music, then shimmies over to the only clear spot in the mess. That must be the dance floor, you figure, because he starts wiggling and bopping along to the music, gesturing for you to dance with him. So because our bravery is 10 or greater, well, that's a low check, of course we're going to dance with him. Oh, a little bit more bravery, more friendship with Rex. Ooh, we're actually getting close to that second breakpoint in bravery. Rex cheers as you join him on the dance floor. He grabs your hand and spins you around, and you laugh and dance to the music coming from his holopalm. Moving your body just for the sheer joy of it feels amazing. You can see the future of this place. A place where people come not because they're stressed and need to relax, but where they can really cut loose and enjoy themselves. Rex had the right idea. Rex comes over to you and slings you into a one-armed hug. Just seeing you makes me super energized, he says. I can almost hear the music now. That's right, the bar's going to have live music. You know anyone who plays an instrument? I'm going to work double time to finish this place. If you want help, bring me all the mushwood you can find. Well, I mean, we are, bud, but the game only lets me give you mushwood once a quarter. So I fear this could take a while, and we don't have a while. Okay. And then Tangent has something to say to us. You spot Tong heading behind the engineering wing and follow, only to find she's disappeared. Then you look up and see an access ladder leading to a maintenance platform by the engine turbines, long silent and starting to rust. Oh, hi. You climb up to the platform. Tong's there, lying on her back and staring at the sky. The hatch beside her leads back into engineering. That must be how she knows about this place. She doesn't acknowledge you until you're almost standing over her, your shadow fighting the overcast light. She blinks with the sluggishness of someone who's only just remembered it's a necessity, and licks her lips before she speaks. Do they need me in there? You shake her head, and Tong doesn't sigh in relief exactly, though her eyes slip closed again. Good, she murmurs. It's all too much right now. I thought. Her mouth twitches. I don't know what I thought. I don't know what I'm doing up here. Yeah, she's clearly not okay. What's going on? Tong huffs a small laugh and folds her hands over her stomach. I think I might be burned out or depressed. In Earth movies, depressed teenagers would sneak out onto the rooftops, she says. I confess I don't see the appeal. Maybe we better if I had alcohol or cigarettes. Maybe not. She shakes her head. Blanking out your mind with substances is what my mom used to do, not me. Okay, okay, we're up to 88 friendship with Tangent. And I will say, okay, before last stream, every time we tried to flirt with her, it went poorly. Although the last time we did, she actually appreciated it. So I don't know. It just this doesn't feel like the time to be flirting with her. She's having a hard time of it. Yeah, do you want to talk about it? Tong smiles, self-effacing, and doesn't look at you. I don't think so, she says. Maybe. Will you sit with me? You lie down beside Tong and watch the gentle revolution of the sky for a few minutes. You can feel the caginess seep out of Tong as you lie there in silence, until she finally speaks. Do you ever think about humanity? She asks slowly. Humans are such a glorious, beautiful, utterly self-destructive thing, she continues. They'll never create by destroying, and in turn, they hasten their own demise. Tong finally looks at you, her hollow eye lighting up her cheekbones. She looked gaunt. It was the belief in human supremacy and unchecked innovation that doomed humankind on Earth, she says. Does it seem like we're going down the same path here on Vertumna? So we say, so what? This is our home. Or, I believe we can do better. Yeah, I don't think so what is what Tong is looking for. Yeah, we can do better. Okay, apparently that was not helpful. Tong takes a deep breath and lets it all out. I think so too. I just don't know how. I don't know if any of us do. We're only human. Sometimes I wonder, she continues, then pauses. Sometimes I wonder why we even sent humans to explore space. Given our track record, you would think perhaps an artificial intelligence would have been wiser. No ego in the way, no questions about ethics or morality. After all, we learned in Earth history that when human colonists traveled from Europe to the Americas, they nearly killed everyone who already lived there because they spread disease. Tong looks at her hands. I just can't help but wonder if we're doing the right thing. The hatch to the laboratory clangs open, and Tong jumps. There you are, Innocent says, just her head and shoulders visible through the hatch. Have you finished recalibrating the strand sequencer yet? Tong scrambles to her feet and brushes off the seat of her pants. No, not yet, she says. I was waiting on the results from BH4316 and... Instance clicks her tongue against her teeth and raises a hand to interrupt Tong. They're ready, she says. I need that sequencer ready for the G4 100 samples. Her eyes flick to you. If you're done, she adds icily. Yes, ma'am, Tong says, cowed, and slides into the hatch after Instance. After her head disappears past the roofline, you catch a fleeting hit of an expression on her face you can't name. Okay, something is up with Tangent that is not good. I think Tangent's starting to have second thoughts about all this, which is an interesting progression because early in the game she was very much all aboard the human supremacy train, but I think she's changed. Honestly, maybe for the better. So we could go out on an expedition real quick, maybe get some more mushwood for Rex, but also before we go, do we want to shed any of these cards? I kind of think I do. Because like we could offload one of those playing in the snows, maybe helping an animal. It's, I mean, those are actually fine. There's no bonuses to them, but they're high enough value to where it shouldn't be bad to keep those in our deck. Yeah, that can go. That can go. Are there any other low-level cards we want to part with? Honestly, we can probably part with that one too. You know, there is gem, but it only adds a +1 to a yellow card immediately to the right. That is very specific, situational, if you will. Oh right. Um, but before we go blow all of our money on the spa, is there anything in the supply depot we should look at? I mean, all blue card values become wild. That is actually potentially quite useful. I mean, if we were really concerned about combat, we could do that. But let's. That feels awfully feels awfully uh, bold. This one, the brain trainer feels potentially useful. Plus 15 to all skills. I mean, that's not a lot, but I think it would push certain things if we have skill checks that would be potentially pivotal. How about that? Okay, so what are we going to get rid of? And unfortunately, we can only do these one at a time. We can get rid of that one, that one, and let's see. Yeah, I mean one of those. Okay. And truthfully, we didn't necessarily forget playing in the snow. We just forgot multiple instances of it. We still have one of those around. Okay. So with all that done, what do actually speaking of, where is Dees? Dees is there. Okay, yeah, that should be fine. Okay, so we do have our heroic buff going on. So any physical skill increases we get will be doubled. Obviously, the couple of those they're already maxed. So anything with perception or animals isn't going to do much for us. And like, so we could go survey the ridge again. That would get us some more engineering. Valley, perception, and biology were already maxed. It's interesting that Forge in the Valley doesn't give you any friendship with Dees. Hey, Fishman, welcome in. How you doing? How's your weekend going? Hope it's off to a good start. Actually, we could also explore nearby. Because perception in animals, we don't need that. Because that would actually beef up our bravery, and that is something we could that actually be kind of useful. So I see either the ridge or yeah. Let's just go explore nearby. And we're gonna do our usual thing. We're gonna run around real quick, grab our full complement of consumables before we go anywhere else. Sleep did hit. Did something to your hip area a few days ago. Oh no. Ooh. Well, that's no good. Is it sticking around? So it's 2 days ago. It's not better yet. Man, that's Let's see. If it's a few days ago, I hope you got like a heat pad. I think the heat pad is what you're supposed to do for injuries that have been around for a little bit, and then um, ice packs for fresh injuries. If I'm remembering back to my long ago time as an assistant to a athletic trainer, like a knot or something. Okay, yeah, definitely. If it's a knot, I think heat pad would probably be in order. Weird as it is, this sounds like having a heat pad at this time of year when the weather's actually getting all hot and such. And we have, wow, there's a bunch of exclamation mark events here. That's strange. I'm doing okay, and nice quiet day, just taking care of a little bit of paperwork here and there, and then had a had a very nice dinner of Korean fried chicken and kimchi pancakes. So my mood is much better than when I left off last night. Okay, what does old Utopia have to say here? Utopia is working near the gates. This area has been deemed safe enough for kids to go for a hike, so long as you're back before dark and never go out during glow. There ain't a lot to see out there, she says. A logging camp, a few fields, some nice lookouts. You've been out here before, but that was when you weren't supposed to, so you let her give you advice anyway. Keep your eyes peeled for useful things like that there mushwood log. She points to a light, sturdy piece of wood by the side of the road. Lumber carrier must have dropped it. Hey, free mushwood log. Nice. It's fairly safe out there, but that don't mean totally safe, she cautions. Don't go too far, and if you see anything that scares you, run like heck and make a ton of noise. She helps tighten the straps of your backpack. What you hoping to see out there, sweets? Yeah, we were looking for stuff to collect. Utopia laughs. Take nothing but photos, leave nothing but footprints, she teases. Suppose it's different on a brand new planet like this one. We actually do need samples of, well, basically everything, especially stuff what might be edible. She slaps you on the back. Things will go pretty wild out there. If you picked a place clean, give it a year. But it'll look like you were never there at all. Okay, so that's just a tutorial. Probably going across the street to CVS for supplies. Yeah, that's probably. I would imagine they would have a heat pack or something like that. Just make sure you have a towel to put around it too. Don't ever want to put heat or ice directly on the skin. That could go badly. Yeah, it's just I'm not all that keen on kimchi. I like spice. I don't mind sour, but spicy and sour together, they don't necessarily work together for me. But for whatever, like these kimchi pancakes, they really did. Although I guess the sweetness of the sauce that was on the fried chicken kind of helped cut the spice as well. So maybe that was part of it too. Okay. Oh, nice. You stop for lunch, eating an earth treat grown from your own greenhouses. A watermelon. Nice and sweet, like a solid potato pod. You munch away, spitting out the seeds. I don't think we need to practice spitting. Let's just relax. Hey, minus 30 stress. Now that's helpful. You have a Korean aunt. She's helped introduce things smartly to me. Nice. That would be really helpful. And now, has she taught you how to make them, or I would, because I imagine that if making your own kimchi, that sounds like a very involved process. Okay. Okay. Let's see. What are these exclamation points that just keep popping up? Okay, here we go. You've been saved a few times from certain doom, or at least discomfort, and it can't have been a coincidence. Something or someone has taken an interest in you. You're being followed. Uh-oh. You're beginning to get a feel for this place and its dangers, so the next time you hear the hiss click of a nest of hungry snap ladders, you walk straight towards it. Keep an eye out for anyone watching from the trees. There! Just as you think you're going to have to climb into the damn nest to get your savior to show up, you see a shadowy humanoid figure darting behind a tree. You make eye contact, and you both freeze. His almond-shaped eyes widen in his not quite human face, and he slips away into the jungle, so he can chase, or, because we have perception of any kind, we can track him carefully. We'll track him carefully. Rather than rush after him, you use your tracking skills to carefully follow his path, and sneak up on him. You pounce like a manticore, and the two of you tumble to the ground. You pin his arms. Oh, hi! Hello there. You get a good look at his face for the first time. The long, delicate features, the odd tone of his skin, almost purple, and his glittering, alien eyes. Before you can answer your questions, you jump off him and back away. Who? What is he? Depends if you're going fermented kimchi. Oh, she's trying to make fresh kimchi. Oh, okay, yeah. No, it's the fermented stuff sounds like the labor-intensive one, but yeah, fresh kimchi would be probably quite nice. And the aroma would be less overpowering, maybe? He brushes the dirt from his clothes and stands up tall. Very tall. You have to take another step back to get a good look at him. You catch a glimpse of a pale purple wrist under his tattered black sleeves, delicate like bird bones. I am a gardener, he purrs, and you're trespassing on my planet. Now that you can see all of him, you can confirm he's definitely not human. Besides the purple tint of his skin, he's also just constructed differently. Human, but not. And taken as a whole, those little discrepancies add up to something that is decidedly alien. He laughs. A light infectious chuckle that sounds more animal than human. It goes on for a bit too long. You think he might be poking fun at you. Actually, you're the alien here, if you think about it. You do think about it. He's right. He jumps onto a large rock and crouches, eyeing you thoughtfully. Let's make a deal, he says. He speaks with an odd inflection, putting the wrong stress on things, but the words themselves come easily enough. I am not supposed to talk to you, he says. It's against the rules, but since you've caught me, I can grant you one wish. He smiles mischievously. Is this a joke? So if I can wish one don't know more, I wish for 1,000 kudos. Or we stop laughing at me? No, I want to know more about you. You... person thing? You? I don't know. He gives you a sly look. In time, I hope. Wait, how does this thing know my name? He pauses, and his eyes unfocus for a moment. He stares ahead, unblinking. Then he slowly stretches like a cat and stands up. Well, this has been fun, but I'm afraid duty calls. He doffs an invisible hat towards you. My name is Symbiosis, by the way. Or Sim, if you like. He jumps behind the rock and disappears. Literally, he disappeared. You search all around and can find no trace of where he might have gone, or how. Star, you just met an alien! Again, we're the aliens here. We just established that fact. Okay. Now I'm curious. Did that... was that the other... Or was that... Were those all exclamation points about him? I mean... I guess I can see that. Oh, we got... Okay, so no, not only is Sim now in our little database here, it's apparently Sim is dateable. Okay, yeah, all the it looks like all those exclamation mark events have gone away. So I guess he was the main attraction. But since he's apparently still has more to say to us, we might as well hang out. You're walking up a trail when you're caught by surprise. It's Sim, and he's running? You're knocked to the side as he brushes past you, running in the opposite direction with barely a glance. You shout and chase after him, but after a few seconds it becomes clear you don't have a hope of finding Sim when he doesn't want to be found. You turn and continue along the path, and around the bend, you spot a familiar face. Utopia. She's collecting rock samples with a pickaxe like an old-timey prospector. Hey, the hell was that? Um, I didn't see anyone. Utopia squints at you. The man who just ran past, tall guy dressed in black. How'd you not see him? She hides her pickaxe off her shoulder. Whatever, just watch where you're running, okay? The gravel's loose around here. And maybe check it with Doc Instance. Get your eyes looked at. You agree you happen to be out of this conversation without any trouble, and continue along the path before Utopia asks any more questions. You walk for a couple minutes before you see Sim again. He seems to be in good humor, despite the close call. Oh, he says, leaning against a tree, it is tiresome to be so secretive. He wipes his eyes, brimming with mirth. It is such a pleasure to be around you and Deese, and not to have to hide myself. Ah, so he knows Deese, too. He sobers quickly. I do appreciate your discretion, he says. It is not the right time for the gardeners to be formally introduced. Do so too early would cause a great degree of chaos. Yes, even the female surveyor, he continues. I do like her, but I have learned from my limited experience with your kind that adults of your species do not react well to surprises. It's good you're here, though, Sim continues, as I do need something from you. Data. Uh, what? Sim holds up his hands. Please do not be alarmed, he says placatingly. I do not mean sensitive information, such as personnel and defenses. I mean only the contents of your digital cultural archive. You mean like holovids? Sim smiles. Yes, exactly. Your holographic recordings of movies, music, books, cultural artifacts only, I promise. Okay. Why? Well, Sim says, isn't it obvious? I wish to know more about your kind. I wish to learn how to. He struggles for the right phrasing. I wish to learn how to act in such a way that is not so discomforting to humans. I mean, this is a rare instance of a uh, a native to this planet that is not actively trying to kill us. So maybe, sure, we'll do it. Sim's gentle smile grows warmer. Truly, he asks, clasping his hands. Oh, I thought it would take a great deal more convincing. You are surprising. It's such a pleasure. You tell Sim that you can likely find a mem drive in engineering and fill it with the data he wants. But we have a few questions of our own. But you request payment of another kind. Mm. And bid him farewell. Let's see if we can get some information out of him. That's fair, Sim says. It must be frustrating to feel as though the truth is being withheld from you. Yeah, because that's what the adults were doing to us all this time. Ignorance is not a yoke your kind bears easily. Please trust me when I say that my inability to answer your questions is born of circumstances beyond my control, and not a lack of desire on my part, he continues. I have full faith that you will know everything soon enough. Wow, that sounds ominous. Okay, we have another exclamation mark event now, which is seems strange, but okay. Well, I guess we might as well, right? Okay, so we need to go to engineering and then get him, I guess, holovids and examples of human culture. Boy, that's gonna be a big shout, as though there is one human culture. But hang on, what is is there some other event kind of thing we can do here? Oh, wait, so we have perception of 40 or greater. And we can get spying on a friend. Do we want that? Be a red 4 with no bonuses. I don't know that I'm interested in that. Let's check this event. Okay. You spend so many days and weeks exploring. Some days you feel like you've seen it all, although you haven't gone very far from the colony. You have your favorite places, and you're heading to one of them right now. You like it because, okay, we can have easy bravery challenge, an easy perception challenge, or we can say it's beautiful. Um, what happens if we say it's just beautiful? Hey, nice. Another minus 30 stress. Now we're down to 25. Excellent. So that'll free us up for the future. Um, yeah, so much of Rotunda is beautiful, but this place really is. You relax and enjoy a fantastic view. Ah, this is the life. Okay, well, there's not that much more to see. Why don't we just go home? We'll take our stress loss and our consumables, and then we're going to have to go to engineering. Okay. It's your 17th birthday, but it's not just your birthday. Quiet is a time of new growth, a celebration of life and hope. And not just for this year, but for humanity's presence on Vertumna for years to come. You and your friends are the symbol of that hope. Quite literally, you are the future of humanity. As you're all beginning to take your places as adults in the colony, the council has decided to throw a party in your honor. The Vertumnan Youth Ball. Mars is organizing it, of course. You get an embossed invitation on real paper. Ooh. Slipped on your door, so I guess, or party, 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 or no, dancing is for dweebs. Nah, let's go. It's gonna be fun. You slip into some party clothes and head over to the lounge to celebrate. Well, yourselves. And yourself, specifically. It is your birthday, after all. The lounge is all decked out. The decorations look expensive. Must have taken a lot of nanopredator credits. Your friends are transformed, too. Everyone is dressed up and is looking like the young adults you're becoming. You can hardly recognize some of them. Mars catches your eye and waves, her bangles jingling joyfully. She looks like a model from her holomags, every inch of her primed, painted, and perfumed. Happy birthday! I'm glad you could make it, she says, over the steady thrum of the music. Drinks are over there, make your song request to congruence, and take off your shoes. She looks down at your boots, then you look at your boots, then back up at Mars, skeptically. She rolls her eyes and has a little bounce. Suck up! Just like Earth, duh! Wow, sock hops in the far future. Go figure. At the refreshment table, Cal is stuffing his face with the party food, and Rex shoves 2 glasses of punch in your hands. Gotta stay hydrated, he says, pouring himself another glass. He'll be sweating it out, one way or another. He winks at you. Oh, Rex. Don't let them fool you. Tangent mutters, joining you. She smears a glob of something pink and meaty looking on a cracker. It's a well-documented phenomenon that people inexperienced with imbibing alcohol will begin to act as if they're drunk, even if they're completely sober. To Rex, she adds, I mean, of course, that I am not going to suffer any bad behavior. Oh, tangent. Rex grins as he pulls out a flask from his vest and pours the healthy addition into his glass. Who says it's going to be an act? Let's get a little loose. Come on, it's a party. The music changes to something with a fast, pounding beat. Rex throws his head back and howls. Woo, it's time to dance. How about we just hang with our friends? Rex and Mars take to the dance floor, joined by Nem and a reluctant-looking Vase. You stay behind with the others to watch, still marveling at how mature your friends seem tonight. They've transformed, like ruddy little grubs, into beautiful Dorps moths. Well, don't tell them that. Deeth shows up late and skulks around the outside of the lounge, eventually coming to pick up food at the table. He keeps his distance from Tangent. As the dancing goes on, Tammy comes out with a great big tray of appetizers. Cute little bite-sized things with strange colored paste and fancy garnishes. So grown up. It's a good thing you didn't go. You'd have missed this. So we get an extra -5 stress. Oh, hey, Siren, welcome in. You feel free to lurk away, but good to have you. Hope you're doing okay. Hope everything is as solid as can be expected. We are chugging right along. We have just turned 17, so we don't have that much time left in the game. Okay, I think once we hit 20, the curtain comes down. And as you can see, some of our classmates have had a definite glow up. Nomi, who's playing DJ with Congruence, spins up something a lot slower, more romantic. Grab a partner and pull them in close, they announce dreamily, or with whatever distance you both feel comfortable with. Oh, Nomi. Everyone giggles awkwardly and shuffles around, feeling the intangible friction of teenage politics. Who dances with whom? Who makes the first move? So we can talk to Cal, find Tammy, look for Tangent, look for Deece, or just hang out and watch. And I guess our friendship with Cal, Tammy, and Tangent is high enough to where dancing with them will be considered flirting with them. Let's go look for Tangent. We don't necessarily have to dance with her, but we can hang out with our bestie. Tangent is already shaking her head as you approach her for a dance. Absolutely not, she says. I'm not going anywhere near that sweaty mess. Well, she didn't say she wouldn't dance. She resists you tucking her into a slow dancing position, but relaxes when she realizes you don't intend to take her away from the safety of the refreshment table. She dances with you a little mechanically, her nose turning more pink as the song goes on, and drops her arms immediately when it's done. You follow her gaze to the dance floor, where Nem and Vase seem to have skipped dancing and gone straight to sucking face. Oh dear. Tong's lip curls. Ugh. Thank you for not expecting me to do that. After the slow songs, Nomi spins Congruence's music library to something with a little more bounce to it. The dance floor once more floods with bodies ready to gyrate the night away. Uh-oh. But the tunes are abruptly interrupted by Governor Lum's Hearspeak hijacking the feed. Oh, boob window. Is there no situation you can't make worse? He strides to the stage, flanked by Security Chief Rhett. He needs a bodyguard to go to a teen dance. Everyone on the dance floor whines in unison as having some buzzkill adult stop the music, but Lum just raises his hands and smiles indulgently. Look at all of you, he says. Young pioneers! I look at you and I see the future, not just of this colony, but of all humanity! You catch a few people rolling their eyes. You've heard this before. Rhett here, good man, a real good man, really, the best of the colony. Shared this poem from a great Earth poet. Lum continues. Now, I'm not one for poetry myself, but damn if it's not something I want to share with you kids tonight on the eve of something really big. Oh dear. He clears his throat and reads from his hollow palm. We cannot tarry here. We must bear the brunt of danger. We, the youthful, sinewy races, all the rest on us depend. Down the edges, through the passes, up the mountains steep, conquering, holding, daring, venturing as we go the unknown ways. Pioneers, oh pioneers! We primeval forests felling, we the rivers stemming, vexing we and piercing deep the mines within, we the surface broad surveying, we the virgin soil upheaving, pioneers, oh pioneers! Uh, well, wait, no, that's not Willacather. No, I would remember Willacather. I don't think Willa Cather would be so gung ho about pioneers. She was a lot more measured in her writing. Um, I don't remember if we have to keep our rebellion low, but I mean, fine, whatever. Rhett looks a little pained, but Lum continues. What do you think that poem means, kids? Does it mean we should sit here in our colony, politely waiting for this planet to make a space for us? He clenches his fist evocatively in the air. No! He exclaims. It means we need to get out there. We need to grab Vertumna by the balls and make it respect us. And this himbo thinks planets have balls. He points to you, specifically. I need you! The next generation to lead the charge. This is your planet, and you're old enough now to defend it. I'm asking all eligible fighters to join squads massing the expeditions, to get out there and attack those monsters where they live. We're taking the fight to them. No more hiding behind our walls. To your left, Face and Nem lead the cheering that erupts. Oh, Nem. Nem, you've fallen in with a bad crowd. Lum and Rhett leave, and the music spins back up again, but only a few die-hard partygoers still want to dance. Everyone else has broken into small groups to discuss the announcement. We are excited, cautiously optimistic, scared, angry, or trying not to think about it. Okay, angry would probably fall in with definitely Deece, maybe Cal. Scared, Tammy. Excited, probably Nem and Vase. Yeah, I'm trying not to think about it. Okay, so now that we level up with Nomi and Rex. Makes sense. They're very much the outcasts and not in with all the kids from the Helio. Nomi puts on a song with a group dance everyone knows, and Rex tries, unsuccessfully, to get the party moving again. People are too stunned to really feel the vibe. Eventually, Rex sighs and slings his arms over Nomi's shoulder, gesturing Ewan close to. What a buzzkill, he grumbles, and Nomi nods. Now you know what growing up on the Helio was like. You start to feel happy for a minute, and some uniform would come in and ruin it. I thought it would be different here, Nomi says. Instead, we made you more like us. This sucks. Okay, Nomi's got a good head on their shoulders. The party fizzles out as everyone drifts away to the lounge. You return to find your parents have stayed up to make sure you got home safe. Well, where are we going to go? They've never done that before. You've always been told the colony was safe. Now, you see their grim expressions, and you know that time is over. Boy, stuff just gets more and more ominous, doesn't it? Okay, interesting. Cal's got something he wants to talk to us about. So does Deece. Anyone else? And Tierney. Interesting. It's curious because we're not necessarily leveling up friendship with these people, but we're still getting events. I wonder if they were blocked behind something, or I'm not sure what it is. Ooh, right. Gotta remember. We told our new friend Sim that we would go get some holovids for him, and we need to go to engineering to do that. Well, first, let's see what everyone wants to talk about. What's up, Tammy? Oh, that's right, it's my birthday! Okay, and this is the usual Tammy text, the big birthday hug, the birthday cake, and of course we're going to share it with Tammy, because why would we not? How many cakes do we have now, by the way? We got 4 cakes. Okay. Yeah, let me just check in with Rex real quick. Can we... Nope, we still can't. Still too soon. Okay, so what does Cal want with us? You're looking around for Cal when you overhear him, just outside on the other side of the geoponics dome. Last time, leave me alone. This doesn't sound good. Okay, that figures. You get closer and find Cal facing down Rhett and Vase. They've cornered him, their body language calm and relaxed, while Cal is so angry he's almost shaking. Wow. Cal doesn't get angry, so this must be serious. Cal, please listen to us, Rhett says, spreading his hands. We're not here to conscript you. I can't force you to join the army. All I'm saying is I need good, loyal, strong young men like you out there on the front lines. Rhett smiles. You're a good boy, Cal. I admire your passion for peace and your dedication to fighting for it. That's why I'm here, asking you to help me protect the colony. Protect the colony? Cal spits. That's such a lie. You're not protecting anything. You're just slaughtering defenseless animals in their homes. It's disgusting. Hey, Vase retorts, taking a step forward with his fist raised. Show some respect. Cal squares up like he's ready to take the hit. For who? He asks, voice sharp. Psychopaths like you? Vase roars and looks like he's about to take a swing, but Rhett holds him back with one raised hand. Vase slinks back to Rhett's side, glowering at Cal. I can tell you need a bit more time, Rhett says. I just want you to know my door is always open if... Are they bothering you, Cal? Your mom comes up behind you, her presence smothering the encounter like a blanket over a fire. I need you inside, she says to Cal, then turns to Rhett. My people are too busy filling your soldiers' bellies to listen to your war stories, Rhett. Don't worry, she adds, patting her artificial leg. He gets plenty of war stories from me. Rhett backs off. You're right, Flulu, he says placatingly. I've taken up too much of young Cal's time. Vase looks like he's about to lip off again, but Rhett speaks before he can. All I ask is that you keep it in the back of your mind, Cal. When you come around, I'll be happy to talk about your options. With that, they leave. Vase gives you a scathing look as they pass. Cal sits down heavily on the sack of fertilizer he must have been carrying before Vase and Rhett cornered him. This isn't even the first time, he mutters, his face in his hands. They're really dead set on me getting me to join the hunting parties. I told them I don't want to kill anything, and everyone's just like, it's okay, you can just tell us how to kill them. He looks up, exasperated. Like that's any better. They just leave you alone. Me too, Cal sighs. They have a real messed up idea of what it means to serve the colony. Like, who do they think grows their food? Ghosts? Cal picks at a loose thread on the sack he's sitting on. Man, this whole war is like to be stupid, he mutters. Luminous people come crashing in here, and they think they run the place just because they have bombs and guns, and nobody stops to think, like, maybe we're actually the invasive species here. So we have a right to live here too, which is not going to go over well with Cal. What can we do about it? Or this, I think Cal would appreciate it. Yeah, we need to live in harmony with nature. I'm glad you agree, Cal says. I just feel like we showed up and plopped ourselves right in the middle of the food web, Cal continues. And we didn't even think for a second about the chaos that would cause on the ecosystem. We owe it to this planet to do our best to try to understand. Cal's shoulders slump in a sigh, and he pushes himself to his feet. Man, I wish I could just talk about this stuff with Anemone, he says, slinging the sack of fertilizer over his broad shoulders. You can see why Rhett wanted to get him in the defense force so badly. Oh, I miss her, Cal admits. I miss that we used to be so close when we were kids. He shakes his head. But she's gone all human supremacist now, and I just can't stomach that, you know? Oh. Okay. Okay. I don't know the word. I want to do at least one more run of this when we have a whole life to reflect on, and then we have that we can use to our advantage. But probably won't be soon. We have other games to get to, but when we do, we gotta make sure we keep Nem on the good side, because it looks like she definitely falls in with the bad crowd if we relax on keeping up with her. Okay, what? And suddenly, Mom has a pop up. Let's see what she has to say. Ooh, more mushwood too. Nice. Your mom and dad are taking a midday break in the shade of a trellis and wave you over as you approach. Hey, come here, your dad says, pulling up a crate with his foot and patting the top invitingly. Come spend time with your old mom and pop. How's your day been? Not bad. All right, I guess. Or extra solarly spectacular. Well, we haven't actually done anything yet. It's all right, I guess. Our fearless explorer, your mom drawls, taking a swig from her canteen. She wipes her mouth with the back of her hand and passes the canteen back to your dad. Made friends with any alien life forms yet? Your face goes on a journey. Friends with any... What? Do they know about Sim? How could they? Your parents chuckle at your expression. Wow, your dad says. You know, like little hop eyes that sneak in, or a blip bug. Oh, those kind of aliens. You thought for sure they were talking about Sim, but, well, they're asking. Yeah, Sim said it'd be best to keep it on the down low. Yeah, nope, just boring old humans. Nice, little bit more stress release. Your mom and dad nod and go back to their conversation. You sit with them a while and share the canteen. It's iced blep tea. You're not supposed to drink it because it makes you feel kind of buzzy, but it makes the rest of the afternoon fly by. I bet it does. Oh, you know what? I bet part of it is because we met Sim, and Sim mentioned meeting Dees, so I think there might be more developments afoot. You and Dees are sitting on the tailgate of one of the expedition's vehicles, shelling bobber seeds with your teeth and spinning the hard bits on the ground. Now and then, one of you points out something funny a passing surveyor does, or spots something under the bush trees. This is the easiest way to talk to Dees, by not talking at all. I will say, I do like what I don't know if Dees has done, if that's like the light reflecting off his hair, or if the little rainbow patterns are something he put in there, but that actually looks pretty cool. Dees has always been like this. Being isolated from the other kids has made him thoughtful. Out of everyone, you think Dees might understand about Sim and be able to keep the secret. Do you tell him? You know what? Yes. I mean, again, Sim mentioned Dees by name. He mentioned us by name too, somehow. So yeah, trust him. You tell Dees that you saw something interesting when you were out on expedition. Dees perks up immediately, turning to look at you. Yeah? He asks. What? I met an alien, Dees. His jaw drops, and his face goes an interesting color. You're worried, for a moment, that he's going to be upset with you for teasing him, but no way. Dees hisses Leeson. But I met an alien too. What was yours like? They go, tall, dark, and handsome, flirting with Sim, or, I mean, like us, but an alien? I don't, do we want to flirt with an alien? I don't, are we even in position to flirt with Sim? We're only at 20. Yeah, like us, but an alien? You describe Sim. His long dark hair, his big eyes, his faintly purple skin, the way he never seems to answer any of your questions. Dees stares at your face. Why, you met Sim too? You nod, and Dees's hands fly to his hair. He said he met another human boy, but he didn't say who it was. It was you, this whole time. He made me swear I wouldn't tell anyone else, Dees says earnestly. It's a weird expression on him. If the Helios found out about the gardeners, they'd probably try to kill them like they kill everything else. So, we can talk about Sim, but we have to keep it a secret. Um, I mean, sure, but what about the Western Ridge ruins? Okay. Yeah, I'm sure the gardeners are related to those ruins somehow. He shakes his head. I asked Sim if the gardeners built what used to be there. He said the ruins built the gardeners. He's always speaking in riddles. Say, okay, this will be our secret. Dees nods, looking serious. Good. He says simply, then repeats it. Good. You go back to shelling bobber seeds in silence, watching the colony go about its business. So we're at 65 friendship with Dees. That's not terrible. Okay. Well, no, I think what we need to do is, yeah, we need to go to engineering and then get those holovids. Now, do we actually need to do an activity there, or can we just walk in? Let's find out. Okay, we actually got to do something here. I guess makes sense. We are gonna waste a month of heroic, but the plot demands it, right? So we get more reasoning. Where are we on reasoning? We could use a bit more, or we can repair robots, get more engineering, more creativity, and more money. At 10 stress versus 10 stress. What's our reasoning at? 48. It's probably fine. Yeah, we'll take the what's it, engineering, creativity, reasoning, empathy. Okay, yeah, empathy. Yeah, we'll repair robots. Okay. Okay, Sim asked you for data on human culture, television shows, music, books, things like that. You have unlimited access to Congruence's media archives through your holopalm, but for Sim, it'll be a little more complicated. You'll need to find a physical storage unit with enough memory to contain a chunk of the hollow archives. So, we can just take one, or we can ask Professor Hal for one. Well, I mean, we did save Hal's life, so he does kind of owe us one. Yeah, let's just ask him. Physical storage Mayday? Well, we don't use many of those, do we? He chuckles. Most everything's networked. He's happy to help, though, and tells you to come with him to his workshop, where he repairs robots. Okay. He starts rummaging around in a desk, then another desk, then a foot locker, then a cabinet. He sticks his tongue through his teeth as he wiggles his arm all the way back to a set of drawers. What did he need it for, anyway? Your hollow palm on the fritz? I can take a look at it for you. I mean, what am I going to say? Now, if we tell the truth, are we also making mention of Sim? Because I don't think Sim would be into that. Okay. Well, let's just see. You know, we have... What happens if we tell the truth? Oh. You tell him an alien wants to watch old television shows so he can learn more about being human. Professor Hal just chuckles as he finally pulls out the disc. Okay, whatever game it is you kids are playing. Okay, so apparently we really didn't need to lie, which the truth sounded wild enough. All right. He hands you a tiny cylinder the size of your pinky finger. Well, here it is. You can plug it in here and copy whatever you need from the holonet onto it. I'll leave you to it. You start by carefully copying your very favorite vids and games, then realize there is a ship ton more room on this tiny device. You sweep in several thousand more vids, as well as the entire contents of the school's Learningpedia. That should be enough for, well, a lifetime. You pull out the unit and admire it. It has a tiny holo projector at one end with a gesture sensor, just like your holopalm. Okay, so we need 42. We got +1 to blue cards. Unfortunately, we don't have any actual blue cards. So that's unfortunate. I mean, we could also just redraw. And we got 12 of these things. Yeah, let's just redraw. Okay, that's better. There we go. That counts as a blue flush. Lovely. Okay, it'll cost us 1 kudo, but we get plenty in exchange, so that's fine. Yeah, I'm happy we've been saving up the crystal clusters and the medicinal roots, because those as our deck gets bigger, our card draw is going to get even crappier, potentially. So we got +2 to creativity. We're still not that creative, really. And +6 engineering. So we're up beyond 80. Okay, so there's someone out there who has... Oh, yeah, it's Rex who's looking for something with +80 engineering. And let's be honest, any reason to hang out with Rex more is absolutely worthwhile. So we can help Rex build something, and we'll get +5 to flushes with this card. That's pretty solid. Okay, let's help Rex build something. You know my hammock needs? Okay. An automatic snack delivery system for when my hands are busy. I was thinking, if I hang a big barrel of cookies up here, he continues, pointing to a gnarlwood tree nearby, I could use ramps and pulleys to bring the cookies over here. He just gestures to his hammock, and they can just roll right into my mouth. It's a bold plan and involves a lot of twisty-turny ramps. gears, levers, swinging arms, and more. It's probably a lot more complicated than it needs to be, but it is hilarious to watch Rex press a button and send a cookie rocketing down his chute and, eventually, into his mouth. Yeah, a little more friendship and an extra pip of engineering. Nice. The ground is littered with the cookie detritus of failed runs, but Rex is proud anyway. It works perfect, he says, his mouth full. Thanks for the help. Wasn't that nice? Okay, now we got a Nomi event. Do we get more Nomi friendship? We do. Nomi is camped out in the lounge, their holopad screen spread out before them like a drawing table. In another screen, there's a collection of photos of a manticore. Nomi looks between the two screens, their brow furrowed in concentration, as they scribble directly onto the screen with a stylus. So, what you doing? Well, Nomi replies softly, I wanted to write and illustrate a story about aliens, like in Turbo Girl Hyperjet Transform, except using the Xenos here on Vertumna, like manticores and faceless and stuff. But they can talk, and instead of attacking the colony, they help people instead. So we can say that sounds cool, faceless would never help people. I mean, it does kind of sound... that would make sense, I mean, given what they've done to us so far, or that's not what real Xenos look like. No, come on. We don't leave space for their artistic expression. Yeah, that sounds cool. Thanks, Nomi chirps, scribbling happily at their drawing. I got the idea from the second Turbo Girl Hyperjet OVA. You know, the one where the Medusa demons show up and the aliens and the Turbo Girls have to band together to defeat their common enemy. Absolutely, I remember that part. That was one of my favorite Turbo Girl Hyperjet OVAs. Okay. Nomi looks up at you with a start. Oh! They exclaim. That reminds me, so I'm trying to brush up on my Xeno anatomy, and I'm totally fine with writing, but... They let out a big breath, ruffling their bangs. I kind of feel I haven't been here long enough to make sure it feels right, you know? To make it go pop. And I want to make sure I'm being, sensitive about stuff I don't know a lot about. So I was wondering, could you help me with some world building? So, we're not creative enough to jump straight in, but I can try. You spend an enjoyable afternoon helping Nomi with her story. When you're done, they give you a big hug, and thank you profusely for your help. Okay, so that turned out fine. Okay, so now that we have the data thingy, whatever, we need to. Well, we need to go take it to Sim. Question is, where are they? Well, hang on. That actually feels kind of important. So let's go. Sim data drive, because we don't necessarily want to be out there like month after month after month, just trying to track him down. So where would we go? Let's see. We could go for more perception and engineering. That wouldn't be bad. We could go for perception and biology. Whether we're full up there. Perception in animals. We've already maxed that out. Okay. Oh, let's. Well, again, we'll go quote unquote experiment / save scum. Okay, we'll check the ridge first. Okay, we got events with Dees and Utopia. I guess we can jump on that first. All right, you're about to set off on your gliders when Dees stops you. Actually, he says, looking around furtively, I want to show you what I found when I was scouting. A place I found when I was scouting. You look up from your holo map. It's not on any map yet, he says. It's special. I want to show you because I think you're the only person in the colony who will understand what it means. You and Dees set off, hopping for a few hours at the trackers in your hollow palms, ping Utopia that you're not where you said you'd be. After a short trek off-map, Dees takes you to a round door set into the side of a cliff. The door is glossy black and made of something that's part bone and part stone, like the rest of the convergent domain architecture you've seen. Unlike the ruins, this place looks, well, not new, but definitely well maintained. Dees touches fingers to the center of the door, and it dilates like an iris. Previously unseen seams folding in on themselves with a noise like rocks grinding together. Inside is a lumpy, smooth tunnel that reminds you unpleasantly of intestines. It looks like you could barely fit in there on hands and knees. An unexpectedly cool wind ruffles your hair. So we can say, hell no, let Dees go, or, because our bravery is high enough, we can dive on in there. Let's dive on in there. Okay, friendship with Dees and more bravery. Nice. Up to 60. Nice, 6 more points and we can get that second breakpoint. Okay, you both crawl and inch your way through the tunnel to where the cave opens up, about 10 or 15 meters in. You stand in a cave that looks part organic and part intentional, a curious mixture of almost organic-looking stone growths, crystals, and glowing mushrooms in a riot of iridescent oil-slick colors, some of which look like they could be controls for an ancient bioweapon. Your view deeper into the cave is obscured by layer-cake stalagmite pillars. Everything is dark but for the eerie glow. You're using your hollow palms as flashlights, but it's air-conditioned. Cool, fresh air is blowing from vents in the floor. I haven't figured out what this place is for yet, Dee says, touching a mushroom with his fingertip. It puffs out a cloud of glowing spores, and he sneezes. You spread out to see if you can decipher this place. Like, what the heck is that? Writing on the wall, console-looking thing, or glowing thingy on the ground. Well, I mean, we're going to take the loot, obviously. You pick up another strangely warm, glowing whatever it is. And how about that writing on the wall? There's a huge, faceted crystal plate embedded in the wall, engraved with deep glyphs. Convergent domain writing, you guess. And some kind of map? There are lines between the symbols. You trace your hand over it, but can't make any sense of it. And what is that console-looking thingy? If it's a screen, it's dark, like when Congruence isn't active. Unlike Congruence's colorful, decorated chassis, this has a decidedly alien tech feel. You fiddle around, touching things at random. Don't do that, insists Dees, but nothing happens. But what if I did this? Dees makes a shocked noise as the reality of the cave melts away, and you find yourself back in the depot. No, not back. Not entirely. You can still feel the cool, moist breath of the cave on your cheeks, can still smell the funk of the mushrooms, but everything else is exactly as you'd expect, as real as if you could reach out and touch it. You feel embodied, like you can feel the pressure of your feet. 4 feet? On the ground. Utopia walks through Dees, rematerializing on the other side to talk to one of the other surveyors. Dees passes his hand through her image with amazement. Are I spying on us? He breathes. The image of Utopia doesn't seem to hear him. You take your hands off the controls, and the cave returns. Dees blinks at you in the sudden gloom. What the hell was that? He says. It was like we were really there, like we were seeing out the eyes of some kind of animal, like we were the animal. So more reasoning. Nice. So are the gardeners spying on us? We have to tell Utopia, or we can't tell anyone. Are they spying on us? Sim says they have eyes everywhere, Dee says. I didn't know he meant literally. We can't let Utopia know about this, he continues. We have to keep Sim's secrets. You agreed to keep this monitoring station a secret. Okay, and no stress for that, which is very nice. And what does Utopia have to say? You report to the expedition's tent to find not just Utopia, but Security Chief Rhett and Vase as well. I can't spare any more of my people, Utopia's explaining to them. You already pulled almost all the foragers, and we're already running skit crews in the ridges as it is. There's one more person you can spare, Rhett replies, turning to face you. Hello, how'd you like to transfer to one of my hunting parties? Utopia tells me you're one of her best explorers. We could use someone like you. He indicates Face. I need someone who can keep up with this one. Face puffs his chest out proudly. I would never kill a living creature. Well, that's a lie. We did kill a faceless, after all. Why do we need to kill them? Or, sure, I'd love to hunt. So, yeah, why do we need to kill them? Face, because they're killing us. Keep up. He clenches his fist. It's a classic struggle between humanity and nature. Nature's not all flowers and rainbows. On Earth, everything and everyone was trying to kill each other. For survival, for food, hell, even just for fun. I can't wait to bag a real trophy Xeno, he chuckled, framing his hands like a painting on a wall. The first 10-point bunkum for Tumna. Okay. I really do not. I do not want to kill animals for fun. I mean, that's just locked in. However, I feel like if we're going to open up, it feels like doing this is going to open up a new area. So maybe we have to agree? I'm not sure. Fine, whatever. Red nods. Good, I'm glad to hear that. He says and turns to Vase. But first, I need to make sure you know the basics. Vase, bring out the Vriki. Vase goes over to a tent and brings out the Vriki on a long chain. It's sprightly and bright-eyed. Some might even say cute, and comes up nearly to your waist. Vase looks proud of his duty as a monster bearer. I caught this one myself, Red tells you. I'm adding it to the training zoo, so don't kill it, but feel free to give it a few pokes. Then tell me, what are its weaknesses, its strengths? How would you defeat it in a fight? I mean, okay, we can do either, and they're both normal challenges. No, we're gonna analyze the beast. I don't. Oh, he's 79 in 3 rounds. Well, isn't that nice? Yeah, okay. So 5, 6, 7. That's all fine. Oh boy. Need 44 in 2 rounds. Let's see. We go. We need a 4, 5, 6, 7. Or no, we would need to play one more card. Yeah, I mean, okay, there's no situation in which that's going to be the highest value, so we'll just play that out there. It's fine. Okay. Oh, that's why. All cards with gems are wild. Okay, well that explains why that would be happening. Okay, there we go. Yeah, so we got yeah, that's, oh yeah, I think we pretty much destroyed that. Oh, we actually, wow, we somehow lost stress from that. Oh, because we played the Call of Timber card. Right. Okay. You study the creature for a long time. It looks nervous, skittering from side to side and making a clicking noise. You throw a stick at it. It leaps up and grabs it in its mandibles. It angrily tears it in half, then glares at you. You think about your own pet, Rikki Tikki Taffy. This one is larger and fungus-like, maybe even close to the end of the mobile part of their life cycle. You know that one day all of Rikkis must take root and become nurse trees for the next generation. You rattle off some other facts you've learned playing with Rikki Tikki Taffy, and Rhett nods. Good, Rhett says. Let's see if you're as good as hunting these as you are identifying them. Come join the hunting squad next month, and we'll see how you do in the swamps. Okay. Animals we didn't need, but like I said, I don't want to kill. I don't want to kill. Game's probably going to make us kill, but I don't want to. So, I'm going to run around real quick. Going to look for consumables and see if we can find Sim. But if we don't see him, I guess we'll have to go look around somewhere else. Although apparently we have also advanced the plot by doing that. So, oh hey, there's our man now. Ah, how about that? But again, just in case the event actually does end our time here, let's find all the stuff first. What do these devices actually do? Nothing. Okay. Why would we even? No, the system is not down, thankfully. Okay, let's see that we got all of those. I'm curious. We've okay, events that actually have like a sprite with them suggest that it's potential plot advancement or maybe even just some juicy lore. So let's jump in. Oh wait, no, it's the same thing. Although it is also an engineering challenge, so we could use the extra engineering points. Yeah, I feel like we've had this event before. Yeah, okay, so +1 to blue cards, and then more kudos equals to goal. Eh. Okay, so that gets a +1 if that's it. And then we get that. Let's see, if we play... So we play another 6, that gets us 30. If we play our highest blue card, that gets us 28. Okay. That's fine. Okay, interesting. This... +2, 2 cards with gems. There we go. 3, 4, 5, 6, and a little flush. And we only need 8 off the last round. Okay, this is easily doable. Oh, hey, we're going to get the +1 skill on challenge win. Very helpful. Okay. Well, let's see, we could... No, we can't play that because then the card to right is gonna... Well, no, we can do that maybe. Yeah, it's fine. We'll do that. Really, we left 6 points on the board. Well, that's unfortunate. Anyway, 3 more engineering points. Just 15 more, and we can max that out, and then we'll get the we'll have whatever the last engineering perk is, and we'll get more we'll get the enlightened buff again that you get when you fill up the stat line. So then we get blue skill increases. Okay, you find more scraps of convergent domain writing and technology. You document everything to bring back to Utopia. More engineering and more kudos. Okay, no, that's where we started. Okay, well let's go back to Sim if I can remember where he is. And I hear. Okay, well there's Sim, but I heard another thumper somewhere around here. Okay, it gets fainter when we go out this way, so I guess there's. It must be back the other way. Oh wait, there's a little crystal over there. We can't leave loot uncollected. I mean, that would just be gauche. There we go. Okay. Well, I will say there's no exclamation point over Sim, so it shouldn't end the expedition. But let's see. So we can say I've got the data you asked for. Perhaps we can also go spy on him if we're so inclined, because well, you know what? It's sure. It's only fair you observe Sim in the same manner he often observes you, intently, and while hidden behind a tree. You pretend to leave, then double back, and watch him from a short distance away. You hope you'll see what he does when you aren't around. Sim looks like a human, if an alien had to draw a human entirely from written description. Too tall, too long, his eyes too black, although they don't look all that black. His whole posture too weirdly attentive. His hair is the most interesting part, so perfectly kept for someone who seems to live in the wilderness, and sometimes you swear it moves in ways hair shouldn't. Like the first time you saw a time-lapse video of a flower turning toward the sun. Okay. You watch in silence for nearly 10 minutes, but Sim does absolutely nothing. He tilts his head like he's listening to the wind. Then he leans over to stare at a random patch of grass for too long. Eventually, he turns to stare straight at the spot you've been hiding. You like what you see, sugar bug? Fine. You know I do. Sim smiles quietly. Good, he replies. He tosses his long hair over his shoulder and extends his hands, bearing himself for your inspection. It is not a crime to be curious, he says. Why, I find myself very curious about you. You lick your fill, now that he's offered. You find yourself constantly drawn back to his deep silver eyes. His eyes were black just a minute ago, and the hypnotic motion of his hair. And within moments, you find yourself more relaxed. Sim's faint smile fills your vision, blanking out the rest of your senses. Do not be alarmed, he says. His voice sounds like it's come from the bottom of a well. I have the ability to induce a mild sedative effect in organic creatures. I find it useful in reducing their cortisol levels so that I may tend to them more easily. If you find it soothing, I would be happy to use it on you, at your request. You simply have to ask. If that means he can reduce our stress, I mean, fantastic. But yeah, about that data disk. Oh. Okay, so we can take an even closer look at Sim, and we get we get a red card that is +6 if the card to the left is blue. Okay. This time you'll catch Sim doing something weird and alien. You send a survey drone to follow him and watch through your holopalm as he heads into the forest. He comes to a still pond and crouches by, staring intently into the water. Then, with a flick of his wrist, he snatches an eel from the depths and bites his head clean off. And then he looks up at the drone and gives you a jaunty wave, as if he knew it was there all along. Wait, does Sim usually eat raw living animals? Or was he just doing it because he knew you were trying to catch him doing something weird? I think we know the answer to that. I mean, could you help me calm down? Of course, Sim murmurs, stepping into your space. His cool hands alight on your cheeks, tilting your head to look into his eyes. Within moments, you feel the burdens of your day lift off your shoulders, like a balloon floating away into the sky. Hey, 5 stress. Your consciousness reasserts itself sometime later, and you find yourself held in Sim's long arms. You blink away the brain fog and pull yourself together, thanking him for the experience. Sim smiles. It was my pleasure. Stay safe out there. Okay, now we'll give him the data thing. I knew it, Sim explains. I dreamed about it last night in my vat. Um, you're what now? Sim waves his hand dismissively. Never mind. Let me have the data drive. I mean, fine. You hand over the data drive, and Sim takes it reverently, staring as if he could see what's inside. Marvelous, he says. Like a genetic payload, except with digital data instead of organic. What will I learn from this trove, I wonder? You're still puzzling over the implications of the phrase genetic payload as he continues. The other gardeners are so tedious and obsessed with their work, he complains. They're more concerned with maintaining equilibrium than experiencing new things. They don't understand that novelty is what makes life interesting. He slips the data drive into his sleeve. Thank you, I will treasure this. Okay, well, that's that, I guess. I guess maybe we'll find out what he learns about human culture, quote unquote, later. Okay, I swear I heard another thumper. Ooh, more loot, more loot. Excellent. Oh, there we go. Oh, ooh, boss event, or I guess maybe a story event. I could never tell. Anyway, um, our stress is only 20. Okay, let's go for it. Utopia's given you clearance to poke around the ruins in the secret valley. Stars, this place is neat. Dees thinks so too. At least we didn't have to climb back down again, he mutters, but you can tell he's excited. The buildings are arranged in a spiral formation around a central point. They're made of that oily slick obsidian, something that looks like petrified bone, and have parts missing where some other organic material has long since rotted away. It's all overgrown with vines and buried in the shifting sands. You follow the spokes of the streets until you approach the center of the valley, where a large, pyramid-shaped building sits surrounded by thumpers and a variety of other smaller buildings. Let's take a look at the thumpers. The 4 thumpers are in careful alignment, forming a square with wide paths between them and the pyramid in the center. One is almost totally reduced to rubble. None are still active. Okay, how about the pyramid? You walk all around the massive pyramid, but you don't see any entrance into it. It's sealed tight. It vibrates with significance and looms hugely in your dream memories. You feel faint just being close to it, but Deese doesn't seem to feel anything. When he insists you give up and investigate something else, you don't complain. So, how about the other buildings? Smaller, more deteriorated pyramid buildings dot around the valley, purposes unknown. There are also dozens of little obelisks, a couple meters wide, with a circular design on one side. You approach a random one of these on the edge of the valley. Like the door in Deese's monitoring station, you know what to do. You get right up close to the circle and touch it, and the iris door slides open. Now you're looking through a large round door into a small, featureless room. Quite small, quite featureless, totally dark, very creepy. But you can hear a faint hum. Is still powered? Okay, so because we have bravery of 30 or more, and we are currently at 60, so we're double that, we can bravely walk inside and take on a hard bravery challenge. Sure. Okay, so +1 to social cards. Unfortunately, we have none. Ooh, 93. That is harsh. Okay. And then, oh, this spot gets +3. Interesting. Okay, so if I put that there, can we get a straight? Can we get a 5, 6, 7? So we need a 3 here. Okay. Then we need. Well, then we would need a 5, and I don't know that we. Alternatively, we could do that. I'm just saving that because if I put that in there, it would have a it would go to 14, which would not be a straight. Fish, you have a 4. You have 4 plus 1 red. All right, but yeah, that's a plus 1 to physical challenges. This is a social challenge. Bravery is under the yellow rather than the red, but that's a good spot. Now, I also, if we had a Xeno egg, that would give a plus 1 and then turn that red. Or we could just draw a card. Okay, still not fantastic. How many? Okay, we have 8. Okay, it would be helpful if I knew. Yeah, yeah, no problems. That's no worries, Fishman. I just no, because the logs give a plus 2. We would need something that's a 3, and that is not well. Hang on. Okay, because like the flower gives a plus 1 but turns it yellow. The fruit does a plus 1 and turns it blue. You know what? Fudge it. We'll just take that. Okay. Okay. So we need 59 points across the next 2 rounds. Um. Huh. Okay. So that buffs a card with 3. Yeah. Yeah. We don't. We still. Oh no. All right. That gets a plus 1. Yeah. That's the first yellow card we've drawn somehow. So plus 3. That becomes a 5. Or hang on, no. Okay, that's also a plus 3. I'm trying to think. Can we finagle our way to a 6 here? Although, well, yeah, yes, actually we can. Why? Oh, oh, right. That's getting the plus 3. Gosh darn it. Oh wait, hang on. 7. Dang it. That's gonna. Okay, that would be a flush, or that would be a straight, except for the fact that it's. Okay. I'm not sure why I'm leaning so hard on this. Oh, actually, no, I do. Hey, no. If I play that, okay, no, that loses the buff. That's fine. You know what? Fudge it. Okay, yeah, we got the flush there. That's fine. And then, yeah, we'll just need 20 off the last round, and we can manage that. Or we can just go for the flush, but that doesn't. That's worth 10 points. How? Where are you getting that from? Each. Oh, because that's the +3 spot. Right. Okay, we'll do the at 51. Okay, that'll be good. Yay! 3 stars. Probably fussed over that a little too much, but that's fine. So we're up to 62 bravery, just 4 points to go. You walk in, Deece close behind, and suddenly the iris closes, the floor lurches, and you're moving down. An elevator! The elevator squeals and grinds away like it hasn't been used in literally thousands of years. It doesn't go far, then grinds to a halt, and the iris opens to reveal a large room with obsidian walls. Like all convergent domain spaces, it's more cave than room, with stalactites everywhere and giant lumpy mounds of fungus. You wonder if the obsidian stuff they built melts over time, running and dripping in extreme slow motion. There are consoles on all the walls, like this is some kind of control room, just like the monitoring station Deece found. Most of it is long, dark, and covered with a thick layer of dust, except for one device with 2 weird, bony, knobby sticks poking out of it. Well, I mean, if Scientology has taught me anything, when there are 2 interface sticks to grab, you grab the interface sticks. You're starting to get the hang of these convergent domain interfaces. You just take hold of these 2 stick thingies, and you cease to be yourself. You're like a visual, audio, and weirdly tactile representation of something vast. You have a feeling of being in a large, complex space. No, like you are the space, a digital space, like a computer system, as if you were sucked inside a 3D representation of the holonet, and you can see files and processes and whole worlds of data, but in alien formats that speak to you more in sensation than logic. You let go of the sticks, and the console room comes back. You grab them again, and understanding fills your head. It feels not all that different from your bouts of deja vu remembering, like of memories being inserted into your mind, and suddenly you just know how to use this interface. You just think where you want to go or what you want to know, and away you go. More engineering. Awesome. The word array comes to mind. A network of computers hosting millions of data nodes. Information on every part of the planet, from weather to soil conditions to individual creatures. Not just computers, but entities that feel intelligent, and also digital artificial consciousness like your ship's AI congruence. They're processing all that data and triggering subroutines to make minute changes on the planet's surface. Then a booming voice enters your brain and obliterates all else, speaking more in abstract thought than words, but loud. What are you doing in Wormhole Observatory Array Console 5, you nosy little creature? Then an explosion in your head, and you're thrown backwards out of the array. There must also have been an explosion in your hands, which are now singed. The console is blown out and dead. And now we gain 5 stress. Well, bother. You're shaken. Something didn't like you poking around in there. Whatever the array is, whatever lives in it, has been watching you, probably ever since you landed. You have a feeling Sim has something to do with this. He's either in league with the array, or he's part of it. But knowing Sim, he won't tell you anything until he's ready to. You tell Deece about the array and the voice saying, Wormhole Observatory. He looks around, impressed. The convergent domain was sure some up to some shit. And now you know about the array and how to access it. That could come in very useful if it turns out to be a danger to your colony. You decide to call it a day. Your arms feel all tingly and weak from being electrocuted, and your heart is still thumping a mile a minute. But you'll be back. Okay. Um, so we could go out and keep exploring, but I don't know Not sure if we need to, especially since apparently next month we're going out to the swamps where things are supposed to get all fighty. Yeah, let's go home. Engineering up to 89. Okay, pollen, that most pink of seasons. Gonna do our usual scan for consumables, and because it's a new month or a new I guess season rather, means we can go hug Rex again, and more importantly, give him a log. Hey, a Xeno egg. We were in need of one of those not too long ago. Where's Rexy? There's Rexy. You're looking for Rex by the construction site, but Rex finds you first. Tackle hug! You turn to the source of the yell. Rex is barreling towards you, arms outstretched. You have about 2 seconds to decide how to react. Oh, of course we leap into his arms. Why wouldn't we? You ready yourself to launch into his embrace, catching a glimpse of Rex's delighted smile as he scoops you up in his strong arms. He lifts you off your feet and swings you around, laughing. Hey! Rex exclaims. He holds you easily against his chest. What's a good boy like you doing in a place like this? Tell him, you're the good boy. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Or, we can flirt more. Where are we with Rex? Oh wow, we're already up to almost 50 friendship. That happened fast. I mean, got no hope of catching Tangent, of course, but I mean, Carol and Tammy better look out. Rex is cheek warm and soft, and you can feel the curl of a smile under your lips. He sets you down on your feet, cups your face in his hands, and presses a friendly kiss to your forehead. Nice to see you too. You think you're starting to understand this strange Helio boy and his love of hugs. So, what were you looking for? Were you looking for me? What you need? Okay, so Rex's hug card gets upgraded. Lovely. Just wanted to say hi. Let's do something fun, or I've been feeling really down lately. Um, screw it. Let's do something fun. Rex tilts his head to the side. Like what? So we can. You want to skip work and hang out, or I'm hot, you're hot. Let's make out. Jeez. That is not leaving a lot of room for interpretation in that approach, is there? I mean, I mean, we've come all this way, right? We might as well. When you've got a hot, scantily dressed dog boy who's made it known he's very friendly, why would you not? Rex's eyes go wide and he bites his lip with his fang. Oh man, he says, rubbing his hands down his face and mocking. I mean, obviously, yes, hello. Hit me up literally any other time, but I'm actually super stoked to work on the build today. He looks over his shoulder at the construction project behind him and looks back at you with a devilish smile. If you want, you can come see what we're working on. There's lots of cool little private rooms and stuff. I mean, lead the way, Captain. You follow Rex back into the construction site. He waves at the other workers and then leads you to a half-built room that's almost completely out of their line of sight. This is the best I can do, he whispers, bracketing you against the wall with his arms. But honestly, it's kind of fun, right? I mean, he's right. It is kind of fun. And we get the making out card, which I notice is Rex with Mars. I say. Oh, minus 100 stress. Okay. And a little bit more rebellion, but hey, that's fine. You and Rex emerge from the construction site sometime later, rumpled and kispit and just a little bit contrite. The other construction workers tactfully don't take notice, as Rex kisses you one more time and sends you off with a jaunty wave. You feel more relaxed than you have for weeks. Well, had I known that was going to happen, I would have saved it for losing more than just 25 stress. Tangent has something to say to us. You bump into Tangent after a routine checkup in medbay. Oh, could you wait a moment? I'm almost done. Let's walk out together. Dr. Instance gives you a curious look as Tong hurries to catch up to you, but goes back to her work. You wonder if Tong needs something from you or just wants to hang out. Lately, it seems she has less time for her friends, preferring to work late at the lab. Maybe she's lonely. Uh, nice weather we're having, Tong says as you walk outside. You look around, it seems pretty normal for the season. She clears her throat. It's so different here than it was in space. Growing up in a spaceship was so clean and tidy. Here I'm constantly sweeping pollen or dust or spores or what have you off everything. There's a mushroom growing in the corner of the bathroom the other day. Okay, we can say we kind of like it, or it's. I mean, we want to be nice to Tangent. We don't want to. Okay, yeah. Well, just fine. Yeah, yes, it's very gross, Tangent. We're gonna lie and say it's gross. I mean, we're kind of into it, but whatever. Right? Tong says, her eyes wide. Everything is just growing all the time, everywhere, with no plan. I hate even thinking about it. You walk for a few more minutes. Tong clearly has something on her mind, so you let her sit with it until she finally steels herself. I'm not very good at this sort of thing, she says slowly. I've been working on a big project with the chief engineer. She kind of hinted around that. Yeah? You nod. Well, it's been going really well. I think we're finally over the last hurdle now. Governor Lumps is going to change everything here in the colony for the better. Tong seems more at ease than you've seen her in years. Truly, I couldn't have done it without you, Tong says, a slight smile warming her usually expressionless face. I know I can be a hard person to be around, but I appreciate everything you've done for me, and ultimately, for the colony, and all of humanity. Okay. So we can ask, what's really going on with you? I'm happy to help a friend, or time to make your move. I mean, it's not time to make your move. I'm just okay. If there's a big project and Lum is supportive of it, I am immediately suspicious. Because that knucklehead just ruins whatever he gets his hands on. I mean, I am happy to help a friend, but I'm also kind of curious what's really going on with her. Yeah, what is going on with you? Tong shrugs. It's nothing, she says. I just think it's nice to take a moment to recognize when someone has helped you. I'm trying to do it more. If the last decade has taught me anything, it's that you don't want to wait until it's too late. She smiles cryptically. Okay, I'm happy to help. Tong nods and shoves her hands in her pockets of her lab coat, apparently having exhausted her capacity for heartfelt conversation. Okay, something is up. Something is very up. I don't know what, but something is definitely because it's something big and something secret, which combined is it's a bad combination. Definitely around these parts. But anyway, we did say that we were going to go out and go out into the swamps. I don't know what's going to happen there, so we're just going to, so we'll say pollen swamp. Because, yeah, our combat remains not good. So my hope is we can go out and come back and just not get completely wrecked. Okay, so you're going to hunt in the swamps. We get animals, which we're already maxed on. Combat, which we're not, so I guess there's that. And friendship with face? Ugh. Okay, we got... Oh, we also have a new boss event in Survey the Ridge. Maybe we do that later. I think we do. I think at the very least we need to unlock, or we need to like. I think we at least need to do the swamps for the first time. Ooh, loot! Yay! You get these subaqueous swamps. I guess this was the last of the biomes that were listed on the map. But it looks like we're going to need to have a chat with Utopia before we head out. You look down at the drone rifle in your hands. This is the big leagues. Finally, you're going to get out there and take the fight to the enemy. No messing around out there, Security Chief Rhett says. These animals are dangerous. They want to kill you, probably as much as you want to kill them. Your job is to get to them first. Well, I don't want to kill them, so by that logic, they don't want to kill me. But I don't think we're going to have that option. Utopia says, and by no messing around, he means don't you go taking risks, she says. As head of expeditions, she's technically in charge of you in the field, though Rhett is the one who molded you for this. There'll always be animals out there, but you're a lot harder to replace. And if you take down anything edible, she adds, tag it for reclamation so we can bring it back to the colony. Face is practically humming with excitement beside you. Rhett pairs you up to head out together, and Face sighs. I don't need a buddy, he grumbles. No offense, but you'll only hold me back. Well, offense taken. Rhett shakes his head. You two are a good match, he insists. I want you to watch each other's backs out there. Stay within transceiver range of each other at all times. You might not always be able to reach the colony or Utopia, but you'll all have each other. Never engage the enemy alone. I won't let you down, boss. You guess if Security Chief Rhett says you need to have a buddy, Face isn't a bad choice. He's handy with a rifle, at least. Rhett takes off on his glider, and Face turns to you. You better keep up with me, he sneers. We might be stuck together, but that doesn't mean I need your help. I'm gonna get all the kills and all the kudos, so just let me do all the work and stay out of my way. The subaqueous swamps are especially dangerous, Utopia says. Something in the air makes the BDs here all kinds of fickle. Could be storms, but normally docile creatures are much more aggressive. She bites her lip. And to be perfectly straight with you, there's some darn scary things out there in the swamps. I don't much love that we're sending you kids out into a literal war zone, Utopia says. I've been to the swamps before all this war business, and it's a beautiful place, even if it is real spooky. Hurts my heart to see soldiers tromping all over it. She summons up a smile. But I know teenagers can be just as capable of adults when it comes to surviving and hunting. You got faster reflexes and stronger stamina than a lot of these old codgers. Just try not to take any stupid risks out there, okay? Promise your honorary auntie. Face scoffs. You're not like that, he mutters, and I don't need a coward telling me what I am capable of. Yeah, fuck this guy 8 ways to Sunday. I mean, what he probably really needs is therapy, but unless and until an option to do that actually shows up, yeah, to hell with him. Okay, we got... I'm seeing some familiar animals, but we were also just advised that, you know, normally docile animals are, is it a bit more aggressive, they said? That's probably probably some understatement happening. Oh, that's a faceless. Yeah, maybe we just steer clear of that, whatever it is. I mean, I know what it is. That's a faceless. We've seen several of them before. Um, I'm pretty sure we don't want anything to do with them. We do, of course, want every little bit of loot we can get our hands on. I mean, this is me we're talking about after all. Okay, and there is, I guess that's the end of the line. So I think maybe what we do is just head back to square one, and then we take those events with the animals we do know, like the Unisaur, the Vriki, the Hop-Eye. Yeah, like start with this one. A Unisaur has been following you in phase from a distance. You see it now and then, out of the corner of your eye. It doesn't seem aggressive and looks recently fed, so it isn't hunting you for food. This is pretty unusual creature or behavior, such a normally skittish creature. So we can watch it, befriend it, or attack it. I'm sure Vase would attack it, but if we have the opportunity to befriend it, we might as well. Because who doesn't want another pet? It doesn't act like a wild animal at all, more like an algorithm. It's not interested in your food, your soft cooing, nothing you can offer. It's unnerving and strange. It continues to back off and keeps a precise distance from you and Vase. When it sees you paying attention, it backs off further, then comes back to observe you. That's it, Vase says, shoulder swivel. I've had enough of this. The presence of danger seems to unlock some subroutine in the Unisaur's instincts. It charges you. Okay, time for some combat. Okay, so +1 to physical cards, and then we get 10 kudos if we total equals the goal. We're looking for 85. That's a fair bit, but not oppressively so. Okay. We... Didn't exactly get a lot of help on this one, did we? And we could do... Or alternatively, we can take that, move that. Wait, no, hang on, because that's... Or we can do that. Oh, but then that's gonna... Is that gonna apply across all rounds? I wonder. See, that gets us 20. That gets us 23. So we need 33 off the last round. That's not fantastic. Hang on, can I... If I put that there, and then can I drop a flower on it? Okay, that only changes it. Okay, that'll do. Or will it? Well, maybe. We did get a bunch more bobber fruit, so what we could do do we have a lot of? We have 6 bobber fruit. I can just turn that blue. There we go. That's fine. We can do that. Hey. And we get 4 combat. Nice. So we are slightly less crap at combat. So we got the bonus from the super goal, mom's love, the Ricky gear, and the super strength perk. It doesn't even defend itself. Bizarre. You and Vase kill it, and it just dies like any other perfectly ordinary Unisaur. Too bad their meat is toxic to humans. So we got kudos and more combat. An hour later, you notice a muckwalker watching you from the water. It dives back under when you point it out to Vase, but a few minutes later, it's back again. Ah! I'm sick of being spied on! Vase exclaims. He stomps over the swamp edge, splashing up mud and brackish water. You think back to the monitoring station you found in the ridges with Deese, where you saw through the creature's eyes. Vase might be more right than he knows. Oh, are we gonna... Oh, no. Are we... Wait. We're not gonna be killing each and every one of these animals we come across, are we? I hope not. There's a different variety of bushbub here in the swamps. Slimy, smooth-featured, and gloopy. Like the rest of the foliage. They seem just as slow, but suspiciously intelligent as their dry biome cousins. You come across one of their little shrines and find their well-worn paths in the loamy soil. While you're inspecting the shrine, you hear a blurbling, groaning noise, and Vase smacks you with the butt of his rifle to get your attention. Barreling down on you from different directions on the path are 2 goop-faced bushbub sentries, calling out to each other as if they've been laying in wait. They attack. Okay. It feels like it's going to be all combat all the time here. And sure enough, we don't draw a single red card. Oh, joy. I mean, okay. Look at 28. It's... Oh, so you keep that between each round. Interesting. So we would need 31 off the last round, which is doable. Yeah, something like that. All right, so that'd be +1, so be... Or hang on. Alternatively, maybe do that, that, and that. Would that make that an 8? That would also make that a 7. Okay. Either way, it's fine. Okay. Our combat is almost 50. I hope it doesn't come to a point where that actually matters. You kill one and the other runs off. Well, sort of. You've never seen an animal move quite like this, like an ambulatory sack of oatmeal. Rude. So more combat, colony defense. Interesting. And because we have perception, we can analyze the corpse. Face size as you kneel down to take a closer look at the goopy bushbub. This must be some subspecies of bushbub that doesn't appear in your hollow palm's bestiary. Its rock-like skin is much thinner and slimy, and its branches don't look like they've ever had leaves on them. So apparently that was going to give us stress, but we didn't get any. So nice. You cut it open, and the organs just don't make sense. They're just jumbled in there willy-nilly. You can't even figure out how this creature would digest food. Maybe it's a genetic abomination, but there were 2 of them. I hope... Are we going to have to kill a hop eye? I hope we don't have to kill a hop eye. They're so cute! Utopia told you that usually docile creatures are aggressive here in the swamp, but you didn't expect to run into a pack of murderous hop eye. They're charging straight towards you down the path, their powerful claws drumming against the ground and making enough noise for an animal 5 times their size. Vase raises his rifle and prepares to fire. I mean, I hate it, but this is what we're here to do. Okay, so... And then this card becomes red. Yeah, we'll just go with... oh, dang it. Oh, wait, no. That's actually okay. We'll just do that. Okay, so we at least get the 3 of a kind. Wait. Did I get all those cards back? That's weird. Oh, no, maybe I didn't. Okay, hang on. Let's see, that's going to get a plus... Well, that becomes an 8, and then we can just put another 8 right there. Get a pair. And then, so that leaves us with needing 26 off the last round. There you go, something like that. And there's our super strength card, plus 2 for every red card. So that's pretty pretty spicy, if I do say so myself. Okay. Yeah, I think, yeah, our combat is, I know it has a double, but we've tacked on at least a good 50%. Okay, they're really quite harmless individually, and they're so exhausted from having hopped all this way, they're easy to pick off. You kill all the little hop eyes. Vase does it with a kind of frightening joy. So another +1 to colony defense, and we gain slaughtering the hordes. -1 to all other cards. I don't feel great about that. Okay, that's where we started. Oh, another mushwood log. Yay! And another unisaur. I fear for this one. Please, buddy, no, don't just die. You and Vase have been tracking a unisaur, a young one, not yet adept at hiding its tracks. When you corner it, it seems confused. It blinks at you curiously. But when Vase moves his hand to his gun, it opens its horrible maw and roars at you, the horrible furnace of its empty belly visible as its face peels back. Suddenly, Deese is there between you and the Unisaur. Not this one, he says. Get out of my way, Vase growls, or things are going to get ugly. Ooh. Deese gonna get a little rage to him as well. I like to see you try, you dick-brained posable action figure. Ooh-wee. Good burn, Deese. Deese retorts, raising his fists like he's ready to fight Vase, drone, rifle, and all. We need 80 friendship with Vase? No, absolutely not. We're not going to side with Vase either. Let's just jump between them. What are you doing? Vase exclaims. You're supposed to be my partner. Why are you protecting this stupid animal? It's not stupid, Dees retorts. It's supposed to live here, not us. You can't just kill it for doing what it's supposed to do. He shoos the Unisaur back into the forest, then runs off himself in a different direction. So we lose friendship with Vase, but we had no friendship to lose. Unless we can somehow have negative friendship. And honestly, with that guy, I'd be fine with it. But it turns out no. Okay, so that's stress 40. I'm not sure what to expect with the rest of these events. Well, except that one. I just, I have a feeling in my bones that one cannot lead to anything good. Going up against a faceless. I mean, granted, we have taken one down on our own before, but it was a different context, and as we've been told, like things are way more dangerous here. So, how about let's take a look at this event, see what we have here. There's something suspiciously regular about this clearing, something that doesn't feel natural. There's something here. I can feel it. Vase mutters. We're not leaving until we figure it out. Don't even think about dragging me down like you always do. Fine, if that's how he wants to play this. You split up and walked opposite sides of the strange clearing to investigate. The muck sand is so even here, like it was smoothed by a giant spatula or vibrated from below to settle perfectly level. You turn to see if Vase has any ideas. Where did Vase go? Vase is gone? You jog over where you last saw him and discover that the ground drops away to reveal a perfectly person-sized hole. Vase's backpack lies nearby. He must be inside. You call down to him, and you hear the distorted echo of his voice call back to you. He's found something. You crawl in after him. The tunnel drops steeply, and is longer and more narrow than you're quite honestly comfortable with. You're relieved when you finally pull yourself to a large cabin. So we get more bravery. 3 more. Vase helps you to your feet with a haunted expression, and you rise to see. Floating in a huge vat of glowing water is a faceless? The vat, like a specimen jar, but massive, is walled on all sides by organic-looking crystal growths. Some transparent so you can see inside the abomination growing inside. The water inside undulates gently, throwing patterns of light on the cavern ceiling. Lights blink on control panels recessed in the walls nearby. What the hell is this place? Face mutters, taking a step towards the vat. Is that thing alive? Did someone make it? As he steps closer, the faceless inside the vat turns to perceive you. Its tentacles press against the transparent crystal glass, sensing you. You watch as its tentacles stick to the glass, flexing, undulating, extending, its great body distancing itself from the glass until, oh no. The faceless slams itself against the inside of the vat, and you hear an ominous, cracking noise. You and Vase stand frozen in horror. With your only way out being a slow crawl through the belly of the soil behind you, you're trapped. Water spurts out from the crack, first 1 jet, and then 2 more, then 5, then the whole enclosure buckles and splinters all at once. You and Vase are pelted with crystal shrapnel, then unceremoniously knocked to the ground by a literal wall of water. Okay. More stress that is negated. Lovely. You slam into the cavern wall and black out for just a few seconds, coming back to find yourself sputtering and flailing as the water quickly drains it away into grates on the floor. The whole room shakes with an ear-splitting roar. The faceless is loose. Vase calls out to you, "Get up and run!" You blink, trying to force your vision to resolve. Vase stands in front of you, his rifle drawn, and beyond Vase is the faceless. Its gargantuan form can barely fit in this cavern. Its fleshy tentacles press up against the ceiling, and its tree trunk legs are stuffed awkwardly beneath it like a poorly made stuffed animal. Its entire body looks saggy, runny almost, like it wasn't entirely done baking in there. It roars again, flecking you both with spittle and fat fluids. Face gestures toward the hole. Go on, I'll hold it off! You struggle to get to your feet, the movement making your head pulse and a swell of nausea rise in your stomach. You must have cracked yourself real good against that wall. I said get out of my way, Face hollers. This one's mine! So the hole is right beside you, and Vase seems determined to throw himself at something really heroic. You could take the chance to flee. We could fight by his side, because our persuasion is barely good enough. Run for the tunnel or grab Vase and leave. Well, you know, our usual rubric has been if the game gives us a skill check we pass, we're going to use that. So I am going to fight by your side. You shake off your injuries and stand beside Face, who shoots you a grim smile and a short, soldier-like nod of approval. I'm glad you have my back, he said. Let's do this thing. So now we have a hard combat challenge. Well, at least it's hard. When we fought the faceless in the when we fought the faceless in uh, during Glow, it was impossible. Okay. Well, this is a good opening draw. And we got this card slot gets +3. Well, that is helpful. Okay, so the red cards get +1. Now that +3 there is kind of going to muck with any plan or our ability to get straights, but I think we should be able to do it. We get, 97 in 3 rounds. Okay, so that's going to be slightly complicated. So how do we want to do this? It's +2 to cards with gems. Although, does that really help? Kinda, maybe? Not sure. Although, this is also, we could save this one for when we have more cards with gems out there. Shoot. Fine, we'll just take it and go. Okay. Still only have the one card with gems. That's a 32. That lead us needing 38. Or we do that. That is also 32. Or we get a 38 out of that. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. We need 32 off the last round. See, can we get... no, well, maybe. Possibly. Oh, hang on. Okay, that gets us the win. That also gets us the win, but we can probably do better there. No, that's not helpful. See, where's the... Okay, or we could move that, 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 and that. That gets us 41. I'll drop a log on that. Okay, so we hit the super goal on the button. You know what? That's fine. That's fine. Okay, we almost got that. This Faceless is, well, is a juvenile. It doesn't seem to be the right word, but it's unfinished, and it shows in its stamina and overall lack of ferocity. You and Vase split up and kite it between you, eventually managing to throw enough drone bullets at it that it falls to the ground, an unfathomably large mountain of misshapen flesh. You stare at it in shock. The destruction of the colony is so close to your memories that you can't help but feel a sense of dream even just looking at the corpse of the Faceless. Even Vase is too surprised to gloat. That's something. You hear motion coming down the tunnel behind you and raise your drone rifle again. Security Chief Rhett, Utopia, and a med team emerge from the tunnel, and you lower your rifle in relief. Rhett looks around the facility, while Utopia takes one look at the Faceless and pulls you into a hug. "You doing okay, sweets?" she says, checking you over. "Your vitals were looking pretty scary there. We can't give you some backup, but it looks like you did just fine without yourselves. Ooh, look at that thing." "This is an incredible find," Rhett says, looking around in amazement. The facility is very, very old. So ancient that some of the equipment is buried under stalagmites, but obviously parts of it are still in use. "We knew there were alien ruins on Vertomna and that some were still powered, but this one..." He runs his hand over a panel. "This one is functional. It looks like an active cloning facility." Vase picks his way carefully around the massive body of the fallen Faceless. "Yeah, this is where they're coming from, all right." You explore the rest of the ancient facility. At the far end is a ramp up to a giant door, presumably the exit the Faceless would use. There are more rows of cloning tanks of various sizes and states of collapse. The abomination trashed them in its death throes, and the blinking lights are all off now. Even the water in them is beginning to lose its glow. In one tank, you see what might have eventually grown into another Faceless. You sweep your flashlight over its lumpy, misshapen form, like an embryo, but big as a person. Utopia calls in a team of surveyors to document everything. Then Rhett sets explosives all throughout the place. When you return to the surface, he detonates them. "Hang on. I thought Utopia said during the last glow that, you know, Governor Himbo had used all of our explosives." "Apparently not." When you return to the surface, he detonates them. You watch the strange clearing swell, then slump inwards, forming an impression that'll probably, in time, be a lake. Red pulls you aside and puts a heavy hand on your shoulder. "Good work," he says. "Who knows how many lives you saved today. But listen, we aren't going to talk about this place," he tells you quietly. "Not yet. We suspect this alien tech has been running on autopilot since its creators left millennia ago, but even so, not everyone is ready to hear about this." You nod agreement. "Good kid," he says. You know what? We got the loot. We did the main events. Let's just go home." And all of a sudden, combat is almost 60. You're browsing the colony bulletin board on your holopalm over breakfast when you notice a new post from Nomi. It seems to be a short story. The title is "Xenos to the Rescue." Oh boy. You open the story and read through it. Actually, you think you and Nomi did okay. Sure, the premise of talking manticores is a little shaky, and Nomi really doesn't spend enough time establishing the character's motivations, but it's still an interesting read. You scroll through the comments. They're mostly supportive, if a little lukewarm, except for one. LMAO, this sucks. Xena suck my sweaty balls sack. Yeah, that's about what I would expect from Face. Good grief. Okay, so... Oh yeah, that's right. We racked up a lot of colony defense out there. Let's see. Okay, our colony security rating is 120%. What's this? Green Vertumna now. Hang on a minute. Green Vertumna now. Is it? Are we gonna try to terraform Vertumna? Like, when we're on it? Do we even have that technology? I highly doubt we do. Okay, now they should tell us... Okay, so 7 events remaining, no collectibles. 14 the events remaining, 2 collectibles, and a new boss event spawn. Okay. Okay, here's what I'm thinking. It says unlike these other ones, it says new boss event spawned. So here's what I'm thinking. We're gonna go survey the ridge. Apparently there's more collectibles out there. At the very least, I want to go get to that new boss event and see what that is. And then, if we see Sim as well, we can find out what he makes of our human culture. And then we'll come back to the colony, and then we'll start doing. I think we'll go back to assisting the governor because there's some juicy lore being unearthed there. And also, we could also use the points in engineering because we've almost maxed that out. Yeah, we are only 11 points away. So every little bit there is going to help. But it also said there's 2 consumables out there somewhere. And, oh, there's one. I mean, it would be absolutely shameful for me to just go about and not have all the loot. I mean, that's just not what we do here. Oh, hey, it's Sim. Hey, Sim. Sounds like Sim has something to say to us. For once, you see Sim before he sees you. He's crouched just off the path, staring at a flower, his face blank. Oh, wow. Somehow, in the course of events, our friendship with Sim has doubled. And we didn't even talk to him. Okay. He doesn't react as you approach, so you watch him for a while. He's so perfectly motionless you'd think he was a plant too. His eyes are unfocused. Is he accessing some kind of mental interface? Eventually you clear your throat. Sim carefully stands up and turns to recognize you. For a moment, you're not sure if he recognizes you, but then he tosses his head and a grin leaps to his face. Oh, you caught me checking in with the boss. You have a boss? My boss. As I told you, they aren't fond of change, he replies. They also very much like your boss. What's his name? Utopia? He tilts his head to his side. Her name word is fitting, isn't it? He lays one finger against his chin. I appreciate that she always reminds you not to get yourself killed. I wish you listened to her. So she gave me a job to do, I can take care of myself, but she gave me a job to do. And I have my job, Sim replies, which is to protect this place. He laughs. Protecting you seems to be my hobby. If the boss finds out I'm talking to you, I'd be in trouble, so shh, he murmurs and puts his finger to his lips. Then why keep talking to me? Sim smiles warmly. Because you're the boy of my dreams, literally, he replies. I can't seem to stay away from you. And because you humans are different, he continues. I'm so bored of everyone else on this planet. The other gardeners, my boss, they have everything on Vertumna just the way they like it, and don't want the teeniest thing to change. He sighs. It's boring. See that tree? Sim points to a large tree, with many long limbs dripping from it and embedded in the ground. That tree was a small creature for part of its life cycle. You call it the Freaky. Once it plants its roots, that's where it stays for the rest of its life. The gardeners spend time as trees too, sometimes hundreds of years. If you do that enough, you start to think like a tree. Set in your ways. He spreads his hands, an earnest expression on his face. When I talk to you and learn about your species, I feel inspired. I feel young again. Gardeners spend time as trees too. Okay, so you... Yeah, wait, how old are you? I mean, that feels rude, but I guess we're going to ask anyway. I like to think I'm young at heart, Sim replies, with a mischievous smile. You have so many more questions for this man, or gardener, or whatever he is. But as soon as you open your mouth to ask another, Sim cocks his head as if listening and holds up a hand. I'm sorry, he says, looking for all the world like he's listening to the dang flower. But I must away. And with that, he's gone, off to protect the wild or rescue damsels or whatever. Or he's just avoiding your questions. Although he is still right here. Okay, what's our stress at? 40s? Okay, so, I mean... We could ask him to help us calm down again, and a free 5 stress shaved off. That's no bad thing. But I would also like to find this new boss event. Maybe we need to... Well, now I can't even remember which way we came from. Oh, hang on. Is this it? It is. Okay. Okay, so let's double back. Let's ask Sim to help us calm down, and then well, maybe we'll try a couple of those events. We can just walk away from some of them, I'm pretty sure. And if our stress does get too high, then we can bug out, and then all right. Could you help us calm down, bud? Okay, same text. Nice. Okay. We'll try a couple of these events. Okay, this is the radiation warning. Okay, we know how to do that. Neutralize. Okay. So that was kind of eh. Oh, here we go. You're treated to a spectacular sight. An enormously large caterpillar dragon of some kind of creature, way off in the distance. It's thousands of legs and kilometer of shimmering body snaking in and out of the haze at the bottom of this chasm. You just watch it. It's terrifying, like a train. Are trains terrifying? I mean, I guess if they're coming right at you, they'd probably be terrifying, but from this distance, I don't know. So we can marvel at it, or we can take some readings. Well, let's take some readings. It's so far away, but you record its movement coordinates and take a video for Utopia. And we get a whole 2 kudos off of that and more stress, which I'm not a fan of. Okay, we'll try a couple more, and then we'll go do the new boss event. You investigate a weird squeaking noise, eventually following it to its source. A whole swarm of bounce weasels are gathered on the cliff above you. You watch as they throw their tiny bodies off the edge, plummeting past you and out of sight. They scream and screech in excitement. Okay, weird. So we can film from a distance, leave them, or get close to investigate. Oh, it's another. What do we have? Perception 10 or greater. Um, Leave it. Okay, and that gets us more stress, which I am not a fan of. Oh, a beautiful little locust lands on your arm. It calmly washes its face with its forearms and vibrates its wings, like it's cooling off. Aw, the poor guy is all alone. So we can do a perception challenge, or we can move on. Okay, I don't. If we move on, we're probably still going to tank the stress. Okay, we'll befriend the locust. Gosh, look at this. Well, hang on. Can we do? No, we only have the two Xeno eggs. I'd like to hold on to those. Because I was thinking we could. If plus two to cards. Oh, okay. We have big gem synergy going on here, so maybe we don't. I was trying to see if we could drop a 4 in there. Because if we do this, like if we put all these cards here, that's a 26. If I put them in order, that becomes a 24 because that loses 2. Right? So that's not what we want. Okay, that also gets us a 26. That's fine. And we keep our gem synergy. Let's keep going. Okay, we have our gem again. No, that wouldn't work because if I play another card there, that's going to go down to a 7. Yeah, we need more of our gem cards, and we're just not getting them. Okay, so we need it says +6 to flushes with this card. So yeah, it's a flush, not a straight. So we could just throw this in there. Yeah, there we go. And then we only need 7 more there. Finally, we're going to put all of our gems in here, including our stress loss card too. Hey, Ruak, welcome in. Good to see you. Oh, right, let me hop over here real quick. Yeah, I'm not doing too bad, Ruak. Just got a nice quiet Saturday here. Doing all the usuals. Grocery shopping, paperwork, the all the good stuff you do on a weekend. And had a nice dinner with Korean fried chicken and kimchi pancakes, which was very nice. Very and not too overly spicy. Um, but yeah, otherwise I'm doing all right. How are you doing, Ruak? Good to see you. Thank you for coming by. Your smash the goals. Does the game get easier? Well, I think it's partly getting easier because our we've hit the break points in some of our stats where the where'd they go? Yeah, so now we've hit so every color gets every the yellow, the blue, and the red, they all get +1 to any card of that color, and then of course the wild cards get any single one. And we've also taken some time to we've spent some of our kudos taking the low rank cards out of the deck and then putting more try to get the more high value or the high buffing cards in there. So yeah, I mean the numbers we need to hit keep going up, but I think between the consumables we have and like the card upgrades, I think it is. I think we're able to keep pace with the extra demands. It also helps that we have a fully upgraded pets, so we get bonus to our straights and our pairs. Okay. Your work gives you a Sodex gift card that can only be used for buying food. You order takeout today, and you need to spend it in 1 month. Oh, really? Sodex. That sounds familiar, and I don't know why. Anyway, oh, so okay, Sodexo. That's it, right? And I think they did the food, the catering for a couple of the universities I attended. I, I specifically remember one because their pizza would always make me sick. And I don't know if it was the grease or it was just poorly made. There. So you had a burger, pizza, and baklava. Well, that's quite the dinner. Especially baklava. I like some baklava. God, it's been years since I had, or was it? Oh wait, did I have baklava when I was in Doha? I might have. Because yeah, other than that, I think the last time if I hadn't had it there, then the last time I had it was actually at a restaurant in the Omaha suburbs, where there's a restaurant run by a couple of Croatian brothers who had, I guess, they immigrated to the U.S. and then one of them used to play for Svena Zvezda in Belgrade, or Red Star Belgrade. And Poland Sodexo is the company every employer uses for gift cards. Oh, I mean, it's nice that they're giving out gift cards, but it's that probably could kind of see me if whenever it comes time for company awards. Oh, here comes some more. Here comes some more Sodexo food. Oh, you didn't have space for the baklava yet. It's waiting on the plate now. I would think so. Yeah, burger and a pizza probably pretty filling, and you definitely want to savor the baklava. Okay. You look it up on your holopalm. It's a mask wing. Named because when it's frightened, it opens its wings all the way and flaps them forward, making it look like a grimacing manticore. Scary. But even scarier is how much they can eat. They usually eat leafy plant matter, but they're not above eating fabric, wood, hair, or even skin. They swarm in dust and at hot places like the ridges. You see something out of the corner of your eye and look up from your new friend. Oh, in the distance you see a haze above the ground. It's the locusts, each one bigger than your fist. These insectoids can eat their weight in under an hour. There are millions of them out there, and they'll be here soon. Your buddy takes off to join his friends, and you gotta go. You make it to your glider in time, thankfully. You come back to this place later in the week. What foliage there had been is now stripped bare. The only thing still standing are the crystals, glinting in the sunlight. Okay, so yeah, our stress is about as high as I care to get it, so let's go do our new boss event. Well, you don't like getting it. Oh, getting it about it is getting money that expires. Yeah, it is not great. Because now when you say you need to spend it in a month. Like, was it only good for a month, or had you waited on that, and then it was just time to use it? Because like it'd especially be kind of rude if it's only good for 1 month. Okay, you and Dees are exploring the ruined wormhole observatory again. It feels so familiar. You've dreamed about this place many times, and it's like you're just remembering it all now. This time, the dream memories grip you. You wander as if sleepwalking down familiar paths. You look up and see the wormhole faint in the sky above. The time is right to observe it. Dees tries to keep up. Where are you going? He asks angrily. You don't answer. You're trying to concentrate on finding the place. You approach the large pyramid in the center of the complex. Beside it is one of the smaller elevators, a little monolith with a round iris door. This is the place. Your head throbs with it. Even standing outside, you know there's something down there. Well, let's find a way in then. You look for one of those elevator monoliths near the pyramid and find it, but it's overgrown with snaking vines and brambles, with very large flowers all over. You could push through them, but Dee stops you and shows you a Geiger counter reading on this holopalm. These flowers seem to be radioactive. Your suit won't protect you for long. Well, fortunately, we did some tests in xenobiology, so we know how to neutralize the radiation. Pass on by, no problem. Good thing you studied this plant earlier and know its wily ways. Tickle it just so, and the radioactive flowers close. It parts to let you through. You enter the elevator, thankfully still working, and descend beneath the ground. It opens to a kind of antechamber room with an exit at one end, and at the other end leading to the heart of the pyramid. There are glyphs carved into crystal panels on the walls, symbols that represent the wormhole. Okay, you start across the room. The further you go, the more your head swims. You have to pause. You think you might faint. You shake your head, trying to clear it. Wait, maybe this is a bad idea. Okay, we keep going. Did you get a tattoo? Oh, this isn't us. This is Dees, one of our friends. And yes, he definitely did get a. These are our more adult forms. Like, we just turned 17, so this is where they had new character models come in. Yeah, we no, we're still kind of blue haired. Yeah, that's us. But yeah, I don't know where Dees got ink, but he definitely got inked up. And his hair got these cool patterns in it too. Still don't know how he did that. The fog slowly clears from your eyes. Your head still hurts, but you can think again. Dees looks concerned. He even goes so far as to reach out to steady you. Are you okay? So we can try to explain it to Dees, keep going, or leave. Well, let's try to explain. It's hard to put into words. You just say, my head hurts. Obviously, he says. But no, it's more than that. You're seeing things. It's kind of like the array, and kind of like a dream. But you feel like something super important is up ahead, and you need to see it. Maybe we better leave, he says nervously. You don't look so good. We press on. Past the antechamber is a long hallway sloping down. Things around you are starting to look kind of weird, like two slightly different realities overlapping. Deez's face is starting to phase in and out of existence. You're hit with a strong wave of dizziness and nausea. Things seem to move in slow motion, but also far too fast. You lean over and, so we can tough it out. So our toughness is 50 or greater, so we can get away with that. Our reasoning is not 50 or greater, it's 49. All right, well, we'll tough it out. You keep going. At the bottom of the hallway are more crystal panels. On the walls, many facets broken. Or are they whole? The walls have crumbled and the roots creep over everything, but also, they don't. Every time you blink, the room seems to flip and swim between the two realities. All the same, you feel absolutely compelled to continue. What is with this place? is both there and not there. The part of him which exists looks concerned. We need to leave now, he says. This place is hurting you. There's a round iris door at the end of the hall. Are you sure you want to go any further? Okay, well, we can tank more stress. No, one more room. Okay, well, we can't take much more stress, but it's fine. You pass through the doorway into a large chamber with a sloping ceiling. Your sense of this place, of the vibrations, is telling you this must be directly under the big pyramid on the surface. The floor and even the air here thrums with vibrating energy. Oh, even I can feel it now too, Dee mutters behind you, rubbing his head. This room is empty except for a raised platform in the middle, which looks enticingly like a bed, which is convenient because you are definitely going to faint this time. You collapse onto the platform and are overcome by a spectacular migraine headache. It feels like your head is going to explode. So, again, we are 1 point off being able to reason our way through this, which I am annoyed by. But thankfully, we can endure the pain with a toughness challenge because we're well clear of that. So endure it we will. And it's a physical challenge, so naturally we draw barely any physical cards. Okay, so we need 90 in 3 rounds. That is doable. I wonder, if I put 2 wild cards out there, and I put that out there, well, okay, that'll do. Yeah, that'll count as a 6, 7, 8. So we'll need 62 off the next 2 rounds. That's not great, but okay. All right. See, we got. I think we could save the gems, but why would we say that? Let's just get what we need out of it. Okay, so if we do that, we need 35 off the last round. That's not great. Well, we don't necessarily want to use the blue maker because if we do that, then these will lose. They'll actually lose 1 point each because the conditions. Yeah, the any red cards get a +1 to them. Well, we'll change a 3 to a 6. Well, and see, that becomes a 5. That becomes a 4. Well, we could maybe do that and have that. Yeah, they lose the points, unfortunately. Okay, there we go. There we go. Yeah, that'll do. And then we only need 21 off the last round. That's much better. Yeah, there we go. And because our stress is over 50, the Rex's Hug card gets a +4 buff. see, that's 41. That's 40. Okay. 39. All right. There we go. That'll do. Hang on. Okay, let's just see. That's, if I take that away, that goes to a 5. That's 37. Okay, no, we want the buff to the cards. There we go. That'll do. Hey, and 3 stars. So we have 4 more points in toughness. Um, okay. We got bravery, empathy, reasoning, engineering, perception, bravery, what the heck just happened? I mean, lots of things just happened. Ooh, and we're 1 point in bravery away from the next breakpoint there. That is good. And we've and now we got that 1 extra point in reasoning we needed to keep from like having our brain explode, apparently. Okay, it's anyway. You slip into some kind of waking dream, layers upon layers of visions. Deese is your lover, or Mars, or Tammy. You're a boy and a girl, or both, and neither. Young and old, a farmer, a hunter, a politician. You're dead, you're alive, and you've never been born. Time unravels before you, an infinite tapestry crumbling wherever you look. It's all very weird. I mean, yes, it is weird, but if it's if it's going to give us all those kind of stat bonuses, I'm all for it. You see the web of possibilities and understand what time truly is. It's all happening at once, and none of it will ever happen. It's only sheer chance that any one possibility comes into existence, not any intrinsic truth of the universe, of fate. It's just a glimpse, probably over in a second, but a glimpse of an eternity you could hardly fathom. Are we on drugs? I feel like we're on drugs. Then you see the wormhole, enormous in a starry sky. You look down and see yourself on a plateau, gazing up at it. You recognize the place, a gnarlwood bluff not far from the colony, alive with the phosphorescence of glow season. This, you, seems expectant, as if waiting for something momentous to arrive, something that will change everything. The vision is crystal clear, and you feel in control, in a way you haven't since you started having these visions. You know you must go there. Oh, and we suddenly lose 25 stress. And gain memory. Ow, my head. You wake up feeling refreshed. Your headache is gone. You're still a little dizzy, but the room has stopped spinning and has returned to one singular reality again. The vibrations have stilled. Deese's face fills your vision. Are you okay? You wonder if completing the game without reloading would change this scene. Completing the game without reloading? I'm not sure. We're pretty close to completing. Oh, up to this point. Maybe? I'm not sure. Okay, so I guess we had a vision of some sort that we're supposed to go out during glow, sit near the colony, and then wait for something? Not sure. Yeah, you might as well tell him what we saw. He listens in awe, then in dejection as you describe your visions. Why didn't I see it? He said. I was here too. I want to know everything, so we can include the juicy bits and flirt with Deese. We can tell him about tell him about your dreams from a past life. That's interesting because we've never done this scene before. Or does it mean like the stuff we saw like the other past life stuff we've had, like saving Tammy, uh, saving Hal and whatnot? Yeah, what the heck? You tell Dees about how not only did you see all those visions, but that you believe they're real. You've lived them, or some of them anyway. They're as real as the life you're living now. He listens intently, then nods. I believe you, he says simply. You look at him in shock, but he just reaches out and puts his hand over yours. I know what it's like when people don't. I'm not going to do that to you. You don't know what any of this means yet, but you're one step closer to figuring it out. You feel like you've just had some kind of mega prophecy, but it was all too much all at once, and too hard to understand. Could the convergent domain handle this kind of information? Could they remember past lives like you? Is that what this room, this observatory, was meant for? The only thing you remember clearly from the visions is the image of yourself during glow season, standing at the top of that gnarlwood bluff just outside the colony, waiting for something. So now we can explore glow and oh boy. Okay, so we're at 70 stress, which isn't terrible. There isn't a whole lot left for us. Yeah, let's just go home. So we're already max perception, but we are very close to maxing out engineering. We could also do with a bit of bravery. Yeah, so that... I guess Deece didn't exactly react to finding out we're seeing alternate realities or past lives or whatever. So, but I guess that's fine, right? Let's see, pollen 3. Oh, late pollen is Tammy's birthday. Let's see, we can't regift you already, can we? Oh shoot, we can. Good thing we remembered. Hugs incoming! Oh, and we have an achievement unlocked. Friendliest friend. Is that... Oh, we have 51 friendship with Rex. Oh, do we have like 50 friendship with a bunch of people? Maybe that's it. That also means we can give him another log. Now we're told all these logs are going toward building Rex's bar, but I see no sign of it, so... I'm not sure... I don't know how many logs we need to make that happen. So see, the only thing I know that does bravery is sports ball. I don't think that would be a good use of our time necessarily. Could do with some engineering, but we could do that either through... We could go into engineering itself. We could do that. Tutoring children gives reasoning. Or we could go do construction, which gives, I think, engineering and toughness, and friendship with Rex. But this gives us more money too, and maybe we could do with, you know, shaving a few more cards off of our deck. And I'm also curious to see just what happens when you max out engineering. So yeah, let's go repair some robots. Okay. Yeah, and the other part about maxing it out is that when you do max out one stat, you get the enlightened buff, which means any for the next 3 months, any gains you get to blue stats get a +1 to them. So then we could go hard on, say, organizing or reasoning. And I think there are oh yeah, the assist the governor will get us more persuasion, which I feel like we're going to need at some point, but also that also gets us organizing. So if we could max out engineering and then flip to assisting the governor, we could get some good stat gains there. All right. You're in engineering very late today. You're starting to nod off and consider packing up for the night. You see Tangent and Instance leave their lab without locking the door. They're heading back towards the living quarters. Usually they're so cautious, but it's late and they must be very tired to have forgotten. They've been working on something together in secret. Do you want to find out what? Yeah. Checking to make sure the coast is clear, you slip into their office. It's just off the med bay, and every flat surface is dedicated to experiments. The whiteboard is covered in dense scribbles and diagrams, and the garbage bin is filled with wrappers of discarded soy meal replacements. It smells like stale coffee and sleep deprivation in here. Oof. Oof. That's a big mood. Their holoscreen terminal is still active. It seems strange that they left it on. You get the feeling that maybe they weren't done for the night. You'll have to be quick. So, we can examine the whiteboard, search the computer, or check out the experiments. I guess check the experiments? Some of the experiments blink up at you and chirp, miserably. It isn't obvious at a glance what is being done to them, but they don't look happy. The cages are locked, but you might be able to free them, so we can study the creatures more closely, liberate the experiments, or give up. Ruak, stale coffee and sleep deprivation sound like crunching to finish this game on time. Well, I would be surprised if that was the case, because if from what I can tell, it's like a two-person operation. So I guess it's still possible, but it would seem to be out of character for a studio that small, maybe. Because I don't know if they had a publisher. I'd have to look into that. Yeah, because like at the startup screen, like I forget the something like Games, and it's just a picture of two people. So it it feels like that is the dev team. So I mean two people can still survive on stale coffee and sleep deprivation, of course. Anyway, let's study the creatures more closely. Oh, we get the card Engineered Plague. Um, oh, that is a very something looking tangent there. You pour everything Tong and Instance have been working on, slowly putting together the pieces. What you find is chilling. After researching the shimmer fungus together, they decided to bioengineer a more powerful virus that uses the same pathways, but only affects native Vertumnan creatures. Oh shit, are they gonna kill everything? Are they gonna kill my pets? No, 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 we're not having that. It would sever the existing symbiotic relationship between Vertumnan fauna and fungi and be completely fatal to its host. It would kill everything on the planet, well, everything that walks, swims, or flies, leaving it empty and ready for human colonization. But why would they do this? You dig a little deeper and find not Instance's research logs, but her personal logs, written on real paper with a cover page that reads, "In my defense, upon my death." You read through the papers, in which Instance details being approached by Lum shortly after the Helio landed and he took control of the Cancel. The Helio had been sent to retrieve congruence and bring to justice the people who stole her. Instance, primarily, but also Hal and your mother. When they realized they could never return to Earth, Lum became interested in Instance's research instead, particularly her recent research into the Vertumnan ecology. Under threat of execution, Instance was essentially forced to pivot her research into finding a way to cleanse the planet for human colonization. She writes that she tried to shield the other scientists from her work for their protection, but that she couldn't keep the secret away from her apprentice, Tangent. She speaks highly of Tangent, almost as a mother would talk about her own child. She agrees that she couldn't protect her, too. You scan copies of the misses. At least you have evidence now. Oh shit. Okay. So, at the very least, Instance and Tangent have been kind of strong-armed into this. So one, we need to stop them, and two, Lum needs to go. Husband and wife nearly 6 games since 2012, although Teenage Exocolonist took 6 years. Yeah, very impressive, Rek. I agree. Okay, let's. Okay, 4, 5, 6. Right, do we even need to do that? Can we do 5? Oh, wait, 6, 7, 8, 9. Hey, there we go. Yeah, I had to remember this is only a 1 round competition. Yeah, I think clearing the goal by 22 points, that's probably good enough. But allegedly we left 4 points on the board. Well, bother. We got, oh, jeez. Engineering 99. Ah! Okay, we need to drop a save here. I think we need to confront some people about this. But first things first. It's a new season, which means more hugs from Rex and more logs for Rex. Is there a consumable? Maybe, but honestly, I don't know for sure. Because if it was 4 points, we would have had to use at least 2 consumables. Rex beams when you see you walking toward just the person I wanted to see. You duck under the shade of an overhanging bit of construction. I want to talk to you about something, Rex starts without preamble. I want to talk about us. I mean, okay. Okay, we're about 53 friendship with him. But you know what? Yeah, let's talk about it. First of all, this is like totally no pressure conversation, okay? Rex says. He looks more genuine than you've seen before. I like everyone, and I love kissing people. I just like want to check in with you because we did that, and I really liked it. I want to do it more. Rex leans into your space, fixing you with a flirtatious look. I just want to know where you're at. What do you want from me? So, obviously, we're not going to forget it. I mean, how could you forget that? Look at that hunk of man dog meat. So we can flirt, saying I'm not looking for anything serious, or I like you. Will you be my boyfriend? Well, it's interesting because we've, we've got like we have almost twice as much friend. We're up to 90 friendship with Tangent, I think, and we haven't had anything like this. Although, again, it's Tangent doesn't always respond well to, to us flirting with her. Then again, I don't even know if she's actually in with us. Yeah, yeah, Rex, we like you, like you. Rex's eyes go wide. What? He stammers, standing up straight. He points to himself. Me? Really? Rex links his fingers behind his head and rocks back on his heels. I've never really dated anyone before, he confesses. It's like, I love people and I really like fooling around with people, but those aren't always the same people, if you catch what I'm saying. It's like how I love Nomi Nomi, but I don't want to be sexy with them. And I've definitely hooked up with people I didn't really feel anything for, just because it was fun and we both wanted to. He stops rocking and takes your hands. If you're okay with that, I think we could have a lot of fun and just see where it goes. Has he found what the upward, downward triangle symbols mean, or what they could mean? Which ones are you talking about there? Do you mean like on the belts? Because I see Rex has got them there, and I think, what's his name? Lum has them as well. Yeah, we should totally date. Really? Rex says, perking up. You didn't realize how nervous he must have been until he hits you with a gigawatt smile, the full force of his excitement. You want to date me? I want to date you. That's galactic, he exclaims. I don't know what to do next. Well, what about Nomi? What about them? Rex asks quickly. Oh, you mean, how close are we? Rex laughs and scratches behind his ear. I mean, you know I love Nomi like a sibling, he says. His voice is heavy with fondness. More even. They're my best friend. Kind of like, my soulmate? Platonically? Yeah, that makes sense. Really? Rex says, perking up. You're okay with that? Because Nomi is really important to me. Not saying you won't be, but like, we're just getting to know each other, so... Sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself. I mean, I'm just really excited. You want to date me, I want to date you. That's galactic. So, what do we do now? Rex asks. Usually after I tell someone I want to kiss them, we just kiss. Is it different if you're dating? No, it really isn't. So we gain status, smitten. You started dating someone and you want to share it with everyone. So +1 to all social skills increases for 3 months. Okay. You have mercy on Rex and pull him in for a kiss, deep and languid. He melts into you, making a happy noise in the back of his throat as you embrace each other. Wow, he murmurs. Those kind of kisses are like on tap now? I could get used to this. Okay, well, I mean, yes, but also, hugs incoming. And more importantly, logs incoming. He is either gender fluid or seeking balance, or doesn't know what he wants, or wants to find alignment by combining masculine and feminine. Okay, that could be Ruak. And I think, as I mentioned to someone like the last stream we had on this, it does seem like the dateable NPCs are very much like in Stardew Valley, where everyone is canonically bi. Okay, right, yeah. Did we save? I'm pretty sure we did. Yeah, we did. Tong virus, dust 1. Okay. Okay, tangent. You got some splaining to do. Tong seems especially troubled today. So you invite her on a long walk around the inner wall. That's Tong's thing. Thinking walks. She's touched that you know her that well. She talks in fitful bursts, then lapses into long silences. Finally, she stops and puts her hand on the wall, like she's been bracing herself. Something's been bothering me, she says, clenching her other hand at her side. She collects her words with great difficulty. Is it morally defensible to do something that people wouldn't approve of if you're doing it in their best interests? What if you don't have a choice? All right, so we're just going to come out and say it. I know about the plague. Tong smiles, though it doesn't reach her eyes. It's only a matter of time, I suppose, she says quietly. Seems like you know everything that goes on in the colony. Yes, through the power of anime and saves coming. Thank you again for your help, she continues. You really were instrumental in overcoming several hurdles, whether you knew it or not. So say Lum is just using you in instance. You're committing genocide. I support you. As your friend, please don't do it. We need 90 friendship with tangent or greater. And what do we have? 90 on the nose. Yeah. Well, we might as well use it then. So, as your friend, please don't do it. As my friend, Tong replies, incredulous, a real friend would understand why I have to do this. I have to protect Dr. Instance. I have to protect the colony. She pushes herself off the wall and starts walking away from you. A few paces away, she stops, and her shoulders slump. I don't want to do this, she says, miserably. If I don't help Instance, though, Lum's going to kill her. The colony needs her. I need her. I don't know what I'd do without her, she sighs. I don't know. Maybe we can convince him to stop? So Tong scrubs her hands against her eyes and turns to you. She looks so impossibly tired, and, for a moment, as young as she really is. Lum is forcing us to work on the virus, she says. I don't know what to do. We should go talk to him now, or I'll find a way to convince him. Let's say I'll find a way to convince him. Visit command to put a stop to the chief engineer's genocidal plan. Tong will back you up. Okay. Okay, so we did save, so if this goes poorly, we can still kind of rework things. Alright, we have Vertimnalia coming up, so we should take we can remove some of the stress. Let's see, I don't see any consumable, so we might as well push on. Yeah, this needs to happen. If for no other reason, then killing all native life would also kill my pets. How dare! Oh, there we go. That's what we check. Oh, and we have a Dees event too. Do we? I guess we do. Dees flags you down outside the gates. He's covered in dust and grime. He must have just come back from an expedition. Have you seen my sister? I went to drop off my gear at our quarters, and it looks exactly the same as I left it. I sent her a message on the holo, but she left me on red. He frowns and ruffles his hand through his hair. You work with her a lot. Is she okay? She's not living in the lab? Okay, so we can rat her out, or we can say she's just being weird. Alright, we did save, so if things go poorly, we can just reload. Well, she is working on a literal plague. Dees gives you an incredulous look. Oh, sure, a plague, right. I know my sister is a huge bitch, but she's not literally an evil genius. Ooh, Tong, destroyer of worlds. Seriously? Stop messing with me. We're too old for that shit. So, I'm not joking, bud. The tone of your voice makes Dees pause. Wait, you're serious? That's what they're working on in there? You nod and give Dees a quick summary of what you've learned and how. By the end, he's gone so pale, he almost looks green. I don't want to believe it, he mutters. But if what you're saying is true, it'll kill everything, won't it? Not just animals either. The fungal pathways are integral to all life on Vertumna. Tong has no idea, does she? She thinks she's so smart, but she's always been too proud to get out there and dig around in the dirt to see what's really going on. Dees looks like he's about to be sick. If they release the virus, it'll be the end of everything. Even the gardeners. Dees takes a few steps away and looks out into the wilderness, covering his mouth with one hand as he thinks. Eventually he turns to you. His face is expressionless. I'll take care of this, he says cryptically. What are you going to do, Dees? Dees starts, then lapses into silence. He stares past you at the engineering building. Just let me deal with this. Thanks for telling me. Okay. I think we might need to reload. You're right now for bed, chatting with Rex when an explosion rocks the colony. You are pelted by knickknacks and mementos falling off your shelves as a blast wave rips the living quarters, stealing the air from your lungs. Your ears are still ringing when you run out of the living quarters, passing people in various shades of undress as you filter outside in shock. Okay, Dees bombed the engineering lab. Okay, no. This... Okay, yep, that's a reload. Hang on. When did that happen? Okay. And then Tangent's event is done. Yes? Yes. Okay. Yeah, that knocked our colony defense down by 2. We'll not be doing that. Hang on. Okay. Well, since we have that in the books, well, I mean, yeah, our colony security rating is 120%. So, we could tank the hit, but I would much rather get the virus stopped without like losing access to engineering, because there's good stuff to be done in there. So we're going to put a stop to Tangent's secret project. Tangent goes with you to confront Governor Lum. She looks scared. Lum is alone on the bridge. This is your chance to try to convince him to change course on his genocidal virus. Lum looks up from his holopalm when you enter. What is it? He snaps. I'm busy. Tangent raises her chin and takes a breath to steady her nerves beside you. You hope she's still willing to go through with this. You tell Governor Lum that you know everything about the bioengineered plague he intends to unleash on the planet, how he pressed instance in Tangent into creating it under the threat of death, and how it'll kill every living thing on Vertumna. Lum listens intently, his face growing colder as you speak. When you're done, he gives you a stern look. You don't understand what you're talking about, he says. I'm the governor here. I make the decisions, not you. Ah, but I have evidence. I will tell everyone. You show him what you found in Instance's lab. All of her notes and recordings, even her personal logs about her concerns over how they haven't managed to find a way to neutralize the dangerous fauna without causing a complete ecological collapse. Lum's face goes red, but he's uncharacteristically somber. I don't know how you got this, he says slowly, but it is damning. Thank you for bringing it to my attention. You stare at Lum. That's it? He gives you an exasperated look. That means you can go, he orders. Leave before I change my mind and throw you in the brig on espionage charges. You've averted what could only have been the complete destruction of Vertumnan ecosystem and saved Instance's life. You can breathe a little easier today. Yeah, we saved 20 stress. Nice! So now, do we still... Okay, no, we don't still talk to Dees. Good. Okay. So, with that done, we should probably do some things that crank up our socials, even though we have engineering 1 away. Is there anything that gives us just 1 engineering, I wonder? Or, oh wait, okay, well, we could also do construction. It gives engineering a little more toughness, and then they'll max out engineering. Could also assist the governor. We get 3 organizing, which would help, and we would also start beefing up our persuasion. That'd be at minimum, yeah, +1 to all social skill increases. So that's, yeah, let's. Which one's that? That's organizing and persuasion. Organizing and persuasion. Okay, we're gonna just make no mention of this damning evidence we've recently found, and we're going to assist the governor. Being Lum's assistant isn't the glamorous life of political intrigue you were hoping for. He's more of a soldier than a politician, and even then, You hear he's not much of a soldier either. If he notices that people mock him, he doesn't seem to care. It almost makes him more boastful. Like he thinks the sole duty of governor is to soak up as much attention and power, and wield it whenever and however he likes. Whenever he's questioned on something, he unleashes such a torrent of bravado and barely veiled threats that it's impossible to make your own point, and then he just pushes through with what he wanted to do anyway. It's infuriating. Given that the colony's governance was based around the idea of communication and empathy, no one seems to know how to contain him. As for the Helios, they seem to have their own ways to get around him. They're grateful he's gotten into politics, because it means your older and more experienced Security Chief Rhett makes all but the largest military decisions. In fact, you think some of them enjoy that he's such a moron, because they hope the colony fails. They think he's entertaining. Oh, putting someone entertaining in charge. What could possibly go wrong? Mars is responsible for producing his social media content, which he considers an important part of his brand. They mostly consist of powerful sounding, but ultimately empty speeches about how great the colony is doing and how proud everyone should be of their really, really, truly great work. Just fantastic, really. Usually while carrying a log of mushwood, so he looks super strong. You and Mars are huddled in command, trying to avoid his attention, while Mars scrolls through Lum's selfie roll, trying to pick the best one for social media. As a political strategy is not unheard of, she mutters. Plenty of Earth dictators use it. I just can't tell if this is official strategy or if it really is this vain. Maybe it's both. You hear footsteps approaching, and Mars groans. Lum claps his hand on your shoulder and smiles broadly. There you are! I was thinking, in the next video, I think the colony is ready to see some of the footage from that counterattack I led against the enemy aliens. Oh, stars. You remember this. Lum plays the footage of the time he charged into battle and nearly got everyone killed with explosives. You cringe as you remember it wasn't your finest moment either. Excuse me? You can't believe this is the footage he wants to hold up as proof of his bravery and vision. This is great footage, Mars said, but just really great. It's actually perfect for him to practice work on his video editing skills. You shoot Mars a stinky look, but she just smiles. Love agrees. With such great material, he practically did your job for you. Okay, well, oh boy. Simpers? Is that what we? Yeah, simpering. Yeah, it's usually like, yeah. That is. If you've heard the verb to simp, I think that is the short version of simper or simpering. Yeah, it is a real word, a real word, although not one you hear in full that often. Okay, we need persuasion of 40 or greater, so we can try to make him look bad, or do your best to make him look good. No, no, we'll try. Okay, we need 90 in 3 rounds, and it's gonna be blue all the time. Yeah, I know, I did agree to that, but you know what? What is these? Shoot. I guess we could start like that. Oh no, that's +3 during yellow challenges, which this is not. Although I don't particularly like that either. Yeah, because we get, okay, that's 28, and that's 28, so we'll just save that. Alrighty. Okay. Yeah, oh right, because when you turn it blue, it gains a +1. I see. Okay, so that'll leave us needing 27 off the last round. No, hang on, hang on. Hmm. Okay, well, I fear that, okay, that's plus, yeah. I try to think if we should work in the +8 there, but that's buffing that card with a +2, and that's getting a +2 from that card. So it's fine. It's fine. It's organizing. It's not the biggest concern. Oh, there we go. 3 stars. Nice. A little bit more organizing. We lost 5 stress somehow, despite doing, promo work for this knucklehead. So we got more loyalty, and somehow that increased our colony defense. Oh, wait. That wasn't the actual challenge. I guess that makes sense, because this is supposed to be a persuasion thing. You toil over the footage, adding music and effects until he looks more like a leader and less of an impatient nincompoop who doesn't know how to not blow up his own people. It's really, really hard. Lum's happy with your work, and that's what matters. It's not about being good, it's about looking good. Oh, wait, that was the challenge. Eh? Alright. Anyway, so we get +4 persuasion, so now we're up to 40, so maybe that'll get us any future checks. And we get a little bit more organizing. Kudos, and then just the 5 stress. Okay, we're 1 point off bravery, breakpoint, and then we're 1 point off completing engineering. I'm annoyed. We got to fill those out somehow. Okay. This year's Vertumnalia is ushered in with a big military band, horns and drums, supplemented by recordings of parade music from Earth. Governor Lum strides out of command on a grand red carpet and ascends the stage to raucous applause. Where do we get a carpet? Thank you, everyone, he calls out over the din. Look at you. Look at this colony, finally truly united. All it took was a common enemy, he declares. I look at you beautiful people, you strong people, you good human people, and I see a fire in your eyes. I see courage in your hearts. I see a colony that's ready to win. I see a colony that's here to stay, Vertumna. Do you hear me? He raises his arms and roars. Do you hear me, Vertumna? We humans aren't going to hide anymore! Lum gestures for Security Chief Rhett to join him on stage, then continues. The original fugitive colonists got it wrong. In Roman mythology, Vertumnus was the god of cultivation, not of rampant, chaotic growth. He clenches his hand into a fist. We need to clear the field before we can plow it. Vertumna won't be safe for human life until the aliens are eradicated. Oh, that doesn't strike me as good. Rhett crosses his arms and nods his agreement. Maybe there's more to his plan than Lum is letting on. Lum descends from the stage and does a receiving line of handshakes and fist bumps. In the vacuum left by his absence, Chief Administrator Seek takes the podium and clears their throat. I want to announce that this will be the last year the festival contest will be held. What? What about my stat gains? Yes, Siren, you're absolutely right. Lum lost all claims to credibility when he was not wearing a leopard print bikini, but his behavior since then has only made things worse. Yeah, what? A sound of protest rises from the crowd, and near the front, Lum just shrugs theatrically and mouths, "Not my fault." Sieg looks down at him pointedly, then continues, "This war will use our colony resources at a tremendous rate, including the most valuable, time." "Hey, I've got some good news," Lum adds, jumping back up on the stage. "This one's really gonna knock your socks off. The colony has its first pregnancy." Okay, that's not your business, though, is it? The crowd murmurs in excitement, and Lum beckons Tammy to join him. "Everyone get a round of applause for Aspartame here, for Tumna's first mother." Tammy is beet red all the way to the tips of her ears, but she dutifully does a little twirl so Lum can show her off. "Look at her," he exclaims. "So vibrant, so healthy, just like our young colony. We're so proud of you, Tammy. Your child is going to join the ranks of the greatest species the universe has ever seen." Okay, Tammy is pregnant. Cal? What have you been up to, Cal? Tammy descends from the stage into a gaggle of surprised and excited friends. "OMG, is this really true?" Mars asks immediately, taking Tammy by the hands. "Yes," Tammy exclaims, the secret like the secret bursting out of her. "I'm finally going to be a mommy, just like Auntie Anne." You take a good look at Tammy. You haven't seen a pregnant person in years. Not since you landed, at least. Aren't they supposed to glow? Tammy looks radiant with pride and excitement. Looking more closely, you realize that her dress is starting to curve around the belly. Every baby born to the colony, even you and your friends, is a complex arrangement of inherited, donated, and altered genes, and sometimes not even related to their parents. If the council let Tammy have a baby, does that mean there will be more soon? Cal runs over from where he was standing with his family and sweeps Tammy up in a big hug, twirling her around. "Oh, so proud of you," he exclaims, then rests his hand gently on her belly. "Sorry, too much spin? You okay, little hot eye?" They look at each other adoringly. As you all stand around and marvel at Tammy's news, the adults all start putting away the chairs and setting up for the games and contests. Mars puts her hands on her hips. "So," she starts, "what does everyone think about this war on nature?" "I think it's stupid," Cal says immediately. "I know survival is important, but we don't have to kill things to survive here." Mars rolls her eyes. "Duh, of course you'd think that," she mutters. "Personally, I think Lum is a total nullhead. He's not that much older than me. What is he, like 24? And everyone listens to him?" She flips her hair over her shoulder. "They should listen to me instead." Finally, you're called to participate in the games. The last ones, maybe forever. If this war on nature ever ends, you'll probably be an adult. As your friends all separate into their usual games, you realize this may be the last time that you just get to be kids. Okay, well, we can actually take part in anything this time because we needed persuasion to do the talent show, reasoning for the trivia, organizing for the bake-off. Hmm. You mean you don't like the alien genocide? Well, I mean, that is understandable, Ruek. I'm not thrilled either. Especially since well, I mean, we thwarted the biological warfare. I guess now they're going to go through with the whole military warfare, which is, again, not great. Siren, Mars raises a good point. You listen to Mars, then Lum. Honestly, same. I mean, Mars is quite full of herself, and, again, she's bossy, but, at least she knows how to get shit done, and actually knows how to persuade people with something other than the point of a gun. Okay, so the bake-off is an organizing challenge. The trivia is reasoning. Talent show persuasion, which we only just got good at. Or the Xeno let's see. The Bake Off got us friendship with Cal and Tammy. Trivia, yeah, trivia. Let's do the trivia. The trivia was the Tangent and Nomi Nomi. Tangent is out for blood this year. She snaps at anyone who tries to talk to her before the trivia begins, and complains that she's been cramming so hard on pop culture, she feels like her brain is about to explode. Meanwhile, Nomi Nomi just bobs along to the music in their hear speak as they wait, totally unbothered. Get a little more friendship with both of those. More loyalty. I don't know what. Still not entirely sure what loyalty is gonna. What kind of loyalty checks there are besides maybe dialogue and then the ability to assist the governor. Okay, so the reasoning challenge. It's trivia time. Okay, so 3 rounds to get 93 and a +3 bonus to pairs. So, like, we could do that and that, and we could drop that in there too, make that a 5. Okay, 32 is not a bad start. We're going to need 60 off the next 2 rounds. If by assist the governor we mean sabotage, I'm on board. Well, I might be reading something into this, Siren, but I feel like Mars is. I feel like Mars could be starting we have the beginnings of revolution on our hands. Okay. -1 to all other cards. I don't love that. Let's see, we could do a. Do we have a 5? We don't have a. Well, I mean, we do. We have that 5. What we could do like that, that, that. Hmm. Or I could put that there, drop that there, make that blue. Yeah, there we go. Then we just need 24 off the last round. Okay, then that gets +6 if the card just before it is blue. Okay. So good, very good. Make sure everyone gets a copy of Weapons of the Week. I'm not familiar with that one, Siren. What is Weapons of the Week? I can kind of guess as to the content of it, but what's the yeah what are we looking at there? All right. I would really prefer to avoid that if at all possible. Okay, there we go. We got that. Now, okay, what? Let's see. We got that takes us from 40 to 60. How does it take us from 40 to 63? Oh, because we got. Oh, is that gonna change? It is. Okay. Yeah, I think we'll go and take that. And some of that's still not the best possible score. Now, super surprised. It's an ethnography, and no one just sits down to read an ethnography. Okay. Well, yeah. Let me write that down real quick. Weapons of the week. Okay. I will give that a look, Siren. Okay. Tong's cramming clearly paid off for her. She's strong. competition until the category about old Earth slang, where you clearly pull ahead. You snatch victory from her clutches, and she grudgingly accepts your superiority in all things trivia. So we are now popular, and we got another trivia champion card. What was the week? Everyday Forms of Peasant Resistance is an ethnography on a Malaysian village that came out in the mid 80s. Author documents the ways in which the impoverished resisted power and control of the upper class of the village. It included sabotage, foot dragging, evasion, false compliance, pilfering, feigned ignorance, and slander. Okay, I mean I can definitely see that. Although I will say, um, it feels that seems like it might be a slow kind of revolution. I I'm not saying it wouldn't work. I'm saying it feels like we're kind of on the clock here. We might need to be a little more proactive in our campaign against Lum. Okay, so we lose 50 stress. Nice. After the festivities, everyone is supposed to take a few days vacation. You and your friends relax, but the adults move around the colony like ants in a hive, fortifying the walls and preparing for the human offensive against the planet. Did the res- oh, Rurik asking, did the resistance succeed? You learn you can mess up a lot of things just by doing paperwork badly. I mean, it's funny you say that because my dad is just retired and is the Social Security people have absolutely obliterated his paperwork, and it's taking a lot longer than usual. And Longshot, welcome, welcome, Longshot friends. Thank you so much for the raid. Oh, we don't need to do that. But how you doing? Welcome, welcome. How did your stream go, Longshot? What sort of shenanigans did you get up to? And let me give you a shout out there. Yeah, everyone, please go give Longshot Plays a follow. They play a lot of Long Dark, but I've seen him play his other games as well, and he plays some streams of heroic length too. So that is, I am impressed with his stamina and determination, if nothing else. But how you doing, Longshot? Welcome in. Yeah, we're progressing through our 17th year here, and well, lots of things are happening. We're dating a dog boy. We're fomenting revolution, and we have just stopped our best friend from engineering a plague that would kill all life on the planet. So yeah, we've been a little busy. Oh, and also for all the people who came in with Longshot, for those of you who do not know me, I am Trooper Barry. I guess I call myself a variety streamer. I play about half Long Dark and then half other various and sundry indie games. Right now we're playing I Was a Teenage Exocolonist. It's a kind of a life sim slash RPG where you're a kid growing up in Earth's first exocolony. It takes you from age 10 to 20, and you can design your character however you want, and you can be big strong, you can be big brain, you can be the social climber, you can do lots of jobs. Um, and I'm really enjoying it. I like the art. The music is a bop. There's lots of replay value. I think there's like 29 different endings. So if you're a completionist, this one can take you quite some time. Okay. Well, it looks like our friend Tammy here has something to say. Also, Tammy is going to be our colony's first pregnancy, which is weird because she's in our cohort. Tammy is sweeping the front stoop of the lounge, humming a little song to herself. As you approach, you see her stand up straighter and rub her back. Now that you know, it's clear she's pregnant. You wonder how you didn't catch on before Vertumnalia. It's still mind blowing that she's going to have a baby, the first child born from someone who is themselves born in space. It's hard to believe she's only 1 year older than you. Little Tammy, who cries when toys break and is scared to leave the walls. She's going to become a mom. Tammy looks up at you as you approach and smiles. Hello, it's so nice out today, don't you think? She always thinks it's a nice day, even when it's pouring rain. It must be nice to be so cheerful all the time. You look fantastic, Tammy. She smiles and goes a pretty shade of pink. Thank you, that's so sweet. She does seem more centered and confident than you've ever known her to be. It radiates off her like a warm, glowing sun. When Lum had her up on stage, embarrassed in front of the whole colony, you kept thinking, wow, Tammy's really a grown-up now. Tammy leans on her broom with a dreamy smile. I thought about it for a long time and talked to Aunt Anne and Dr. Instance and my dad, she says. I've always known I wanted children. She giggles and thought, lots of them, so why not get started now? Aunt Anne and I are going to run the new creche, so I'll have plenty of help raising them, the same way I was raised, she adds. I might not be the strongest or the smartest person in the colony, but I know I'm going to be the best mom. I know I can do this. Do you ever want kids? Oh boy, here we go. Here we go. Say one or two, maybe? Yes, lots. We're too young. The world's too dangerous for babies. Or, no, never ever. Okay. Given the point in the game at which this is happening, I feel like this might have some bearing on what happens going forward. See, never ever, too dangerous, we're too young. But that feels kind of judgy. I mean, Tammy is her own person. She can make her decisions if she wants. You say yes, lots? Or one or two, maybe. Um, okay. In game, right now we're tightest with Tangent, who seems very much against kids. Cal, who is very much into Tammy, and thus not us. Tammy, see previous. And Rex, who also seems kind of a kid person. One or two, maybe. Tammy smiles indulgently. That's nice. I can't wait to see them in the creche. Tammy goes back to sweeping the stoop, adding little snippets of lyrics to her made-up song. Okay, alright, in the second day of dry season, so that is Nomi's birthday. And they like crystals. Yay, happy birthday to me! I can't believe you remembered. Thank you! Okay, so it's a little bit more friendship. Nomi. Okay. So now we have our social skill buff still going, and we have our kudos going. So we definitely want to do something that gets us both yellow skill and money. Did I give him? I did. Okay. As it is right now, we can only give someone one gift per season, like per chunk of the yeah, like in dust season one, in wet season one, etc. and so forth. Let's see. Oh, check the notice board. Yeah, so now our colony security rating is 130%. Oh no, I did see that. And they said like petitions to remove contraceptive implants are under review. So I guess um, they have been uh, controlling colony population, which makes sense. I mean, for a long time there, we were struggling on food. Okay. Yeah. Until the smitten buff wears off, we're gonna stick with this one because I think we could use more persuasion, and the extra kudos are nice. We'll also get when that rolls off, then we'll get that one last pip in engineering, so we can finish that out. Okay. At the next SFC club, which used to be the Secret Friends Club, but we're grown up now, so it's just SFC. Kind of like KFC. Mars swears in Nomi and Rex. Do you swear that you will, to the best of your ability, protect and defend this colony against our enemies, and faithfully keep this secret oath forever and ever? Nomi and Rex both agree. The pledge sounds a lot more political than you remember. Mars handed them both pins with the SFC Club's logo. The first order of business is, apparently, dishing more about the Governor alum. What do you think about him? Mars drills Rex and Nomi. Is he as ignorant as he looks? He's not like pretending to be a nullhead to lull us into a false sense of security, right? Nomi and Rex look at each other awkwardly. Rex clears his throat and scratches behind his ear. Nah, Lum's just another meathead military guy. Honestly, he wasn't even really good at doing that, so I think they gave him a desk job to keep him out of the way. Then we came through the wormhole and he makes a splat noise. A bunch of people up top died and he was the only one left. Nomi nods. Yeah, they confirm. He's like pretty okay, I guess. We don't know him that well. Mars stares openly at Nomi and Rex. Wait, you're telling me he's the leader of a whole colony, and he has all the governing experience of a triple sandwich? Nomi and Rex look at each other again, then shrug and nod. Ah, Mars exclaims, pulling her hair in indignation. I would be a better governor than this idiot. He just sits in his office recording stupid holonet videos about her winning and winning. It's so pointless. I mean, I think Mars is onto something here. Mars slumps in her chair and puts her head in her hands. What are we going to do about this planky nullhead? You say, I don't know enough to have an opinion. That's a lie. We should overthrow the governor, or I'm sick of talking about politics. Nah. Guys gotta go. Mars's eyes go wide. We could. Why not? If we want a better future, we're gonna have to build it ourselves. That's the spirit. Lom's hold on nature is really bad, too. Cal speaks up, for once. It's like he thinks everything will be okay if we just hunt all the animals here to extinction. But if he does, it's gonna screw the food chain up real bad. Tammy nods her head in agreement. You look at the little SFC pin on your shirt, and you realize your silly childhood club might be turning into a bit of a political organization. Yes, exactly, Siren. When in the course of human events it becomes necessary to upgrade your silly childhood secret club into a insurgent organization or something. So our secret Fun Times Club card has been updated, so plus two to and from gem cards. So it gets buffed by them and it buffs them. Like it. Hello, hey, Eternal Grudge. Well, Secret Friends Club. Until recently, it was the Secret Friends Club, but then we turned. I think it was like a year or two ago that Mars decided it was just the SFC because we weren't kids anymore. Oh, Eternal Grudge, thank you so much for that. You arrived with the raid. Well, appreciate you hanging out and chatting. Welcome. Yeah, we are. I think we're about to engage in a little bit of the old revolution. Secret Fight Club? No, I don't know. We're very much doing the. Yeah, I think we're is that redundant? Well, my thinking, I thought we were trying to do the KFC thing. KFC was originally Kentucky Fried Chicken, but then they just decided to do away with that. They're just KFC now. So I guess we're just SFC now. Okay, so that's like it's +3, which is interesting because so does that because it's a yellow challenge. Hang on, we can. How okay? We just put that there, maybe. Oh, you thought it was still Kentucky Fried Chicken? But no, you are not a million years old. So you're not keeping up with the activities of Yum Enterprises, which honestly, I cannot blame you. I don't know. I almost feel like I wanna. Can we shift these maybe? Do that. Let me do that. Let me do that. Yeah, kind of like that. Okay, so we get 7 persuasion off of that. Nice. We are almost halfway persuasive. And more organizing too, also good. Double the kudos, and just a wee bit of stress. And friendship with Mars. They aren't Nestle, but they're not Nestle. Yeah, yeah. Like was it Yeah, KFC, Pizza Hut, and Taco Bell are all part of the same group now. They're Yum brands. Okay, well that's late dust, which means that is Cal's birthday. Got a little something for you there, bud. How would you like some cake? There we go. Yeah, Cal's a sucker for cake, which is fine, because giving Cal cake also takes off our stress. Well, I gotta say, I we still have our 2 buff. We have our social buff and we have our money buff. And honestly, after the events of the previous month, I kind of want to go back and do more quote unquote assisting the governor. Let's hang on. Our organizing is now above 80, so we can so we can talk to mom and get another pest control card. Do we want that? I don't know that we actually want that. I think we need toughness of 70 to train with. Yeah, we need toughness of 80 to train with Nem. So let's just go right back to it. Now I think the social buff might roll off next month, but that'll be okay. We can deal with that. Okay. Though most people have made great efforts to find common ground, unrest between the Strato and Helio factions is common. The colony was founded with peaceful egalitarian goals, and the soldiers and scientists of the Heliopause represent everything your parents and the Vertumna group were trying to escape on Earth. The fundamental cultural shock can be difficult to navigate, even for those with cooperation in their hearts. Then there are those who do not wish to cooperate. Instance barges into command while you're on shift, not waiting for an audience before she starts barking at Lum. Governor Lum, she snaps, tell your soldiers they are not, never will be, welcome in my lab. Lum blinks. Soldiers? He says. Do you mean the researchers? At Instance's terse nod, Lum smiles and puts his feet up on the command console. We brought Earth's finest scientists with us, Instance, he says condescendingly. Experts in their fields, every one of them. I thought you'd be grateful for the help. As assistants, Instance snaps, not as lab heads. You can't just come in here and instate. I can, actually, Lum says, spreading his hands innocently like it's not his problem. Look at this place, Instance. Your weird hippie experiment failed. If it weren't for us, you'd be burying each other right now. Everyone has to work together. Just then, the aforementioned researchers catch up to Instance and all start talking over each other, demanding that the governor order Instance to stop treating them like interns and start promoting Helios to lead positions. Instance starts yelling back, and command becomes a chaos of scientists screaming and waving their arms in consternation at each other. I mean, is that not how scientists usually are? I don't know. Maybe I'm watching the wrong kinds of scientists. Okay, so we can side with the heliopause researchers. I guess that would be the loyal move. We can side with Instance, or we can keep quiet. I mean, we're already in, and let's face it, even if we're not technically rebellious, we're gonna overthrow Lum and his boob window. So yeah, we're gonna side with Instance. Instance is right to protect the colony from presumptuous eggheads with Earth's poisonous ideas in their head. If the researchers want to help, they can do as they're told. You add your voice to the din, though probably only Lum hears you. He frowns. Lum tells you to ignore them and get back to work. But our organizing is so good. We can listen while we file reports. You can practically write these reports back to Earth with your eyes closed, or, in this case, with your ears open. You have hardly type a report, and continue to listen. If you think I'm going to just hand over classified colony intelligence to a bunch of space cops, Instance spits, and the researchers all clamor to deny their relationship to the Heliopause military, please. Don't you pretend like you don't want to send me back to Earth in chains, she snaps right back. That's why you're here, isn't it? You don't care about Vertumna. You care about recovering your masters' stolen property. Unicott, Hal, Fluorescent, she says. You're all here to arrest us all. Instance stands ramrod straight, her face crimson with fury. Well, you're not going to get me, and you're not going to get my work either. Lum steps in, finally. Now, Instance, he says, you're right. We were sent here to bring you to justice. But now we're one colony. Neither ship is leaving Vertumna again. I sent a message to Earth telling them that the colony was a failure, and justice had already been served. No one's coming for you. How can you know that? Instance says. We haven't heard anything back from Earth since we went through the wormhole. They could be sending a new fleet of ships right now. A strange expression crosses Lum's face. I've been in contact with Earth, he says, with an air of finality. They told us to stand down and refocus our efforts on colonizing Vertumna. The room once again erupts in chaos. Seek gives you a knowing look. You try to get back to work. Those reports to Earth that you thought were just busy work may be more important than you realized. So we get that is some important hot goss. Okay, so that is a unfortunate card to get locked in there. But if we put that there, and we put that there, oh yeah, can we shift that there, and that there? And I'd really prefer not to play that because that's going to bring everyone down. Yeah, there we go. That'll do. Three more organizing, 7 persuasion. There we go. We are 54 out of 100 persuasive. And a bit of kudos and just a wee bit of stress. Okay, well, it is new season, which means time for more hugs. Hugs incoming! So that gets us +2, and then we give Rex another log. That's more friendship, and then whenever Rex is... Rex is building a bar. It'd be really great if he could actually complete it, sometime soon for us to actually enjoy it before we become... before we turn 20 and actually run out of game. That'd be super cool of him. It's like Mars and Rex and Tammy all have something to say. Anyone else? No, anyone else. Okay. Well, we'll start with Rex. You spot Rex sitting on the second floor of an unfinished building, his feet dangling over the edge. He waves at you and gestures you to come sit next to him. Hey, he says, shooting you a tight smile before looking back over at the rest of the colony. From here, you can see the garrison soldiers marching around in formation with Vase at the head. Rex watches them with an uneasy expression. So why the hang dog expression? Nah. Rex musters up another smile. Ah, it's a good one, he says. You always know how to brighten my day. You have one more surprise up your sleeve, though. You open up your bag and pull out the dust melon you've lugged over from the canteen. Rex brightens and makes grabby motions with his hands. Yes, my hero! Rex tears into the soft rind of the melon with his fingers and splits it between the two of you. You sit together and watch Vase bark orders at the other young soldiers. I feel pretty certain he does not wish he was like one of them. He's pretty much said that already, so yeah, what a bunch of drones. Not all of them, Rex says, but some of them are pretty nice, but like, everyone on the Helio listens to Vase, you know? And he isn't like me, so that means I've always been an outsider, whether I wanted it or not. They're friendly to me, I guess, but it's not the same as having friends. Not like you, or know me. It's fine, though, he says, shrugging dismissively. You don't have to like someone to hook up with them. I kind of like being the one everyone comes to if they just want to have a good time. So, what's the deal with you and Vase? Rex's mouth twists, and he spits a dust melon seed over the edge of the building. It's kind of a long story and not a fun one, he says, avoiding your gaze. I'd rather not drag it up again, honestly. Well, we barely have enough empathy. You mean the short version? Rex frowns as he scratches his nose, still looking out over the assembled garrison soldiers. Well, the short version is that Vase really isn't the hero he tells everyone he is, he says softly. He's just a bully. Everyone acts like they like him, but they're just afraid of what he'll do if they step out of line. Yeah, that's the impression I get too. Rex nods with a slow acceptance of someone who's long made peace with their situation. Yeah, it sucks, he agrees. It's just... Vase wasn't always like this, he says. He used to be kind of like me, a small, weird kid with a chip on his shoulder, who just really wanted people to respect him. He rubs his fingers thoughtfully over his left forearm, where a gnarled scar winds over the bone. Well, he got it, Rex continues. He looks like he might say more, but goes quiet for a few long seconds instead. I wish it was different, he says eventually. I wish he was different. We could have been friends, maybe. The garrison soldiers break formation, and you watch Nem approach Vase. He sweeps her up in his arms and swings her around. You can hear her delighted laughter from here. Rex watches this with a frown. Nem and I don't know each other very well, he says. Probably because Vase is telling her all kinds of lies about me, but I'm a little scared for her, you know? She doesn't know what he's capable of. Rex straightens and puts on a happier face. I don't want to waste my day thinking about Vase, though, he says firmly. Not when there's friends to talk to, a whole world to explore, and dust melon to eat. He leans into you with a flirtatious look. Of course, dust melon's not the only thing I like to eat. How about you and I take a break and go expand our palates? Caliente. Well, I feel like if we go talk to Mars, we'll get more revolution. So let's have a quick chat with Tangent. You find Tong puzzling over a large holo screen, making notes on her holo eye and frowning over them. As you approach, she gestures to wipe the holo screen clean and start again. Ugh, she sighs, taking a break to rub her temples. Okay, Tong, come on, think. You come up behind her and she startles. Oh, hello, she says. I'm in the middle of running simulations on genetic diversity over the next few generations. You're welcome to see. It'll affect all of us, most likely. Tong pulls up the next genogram simulation, a family tree encompassing all the people in the colony, their familial relationships, and genetic conditions. She scrutinizes it with a frown. We have an unusually high amount of hereditary heart disease, no matter how you slice it, she mutters. Look at the draw. We lost quite a bit more genetic diversity than the original geneticists of the Rotunda Project anticipated. And that's not even counting those unwilling or unable to reproduce. She crosses her arms. It's possible to steer the ship out of it, so to speak, but it'll take some purposeful breeding choices, for at least for 5 to 6 generations. So what the heck are you talking about? Or may I verify your data? I mean, I don't particularly like either of those. We don't want to play dumb. We're not dumb. But it feels like if we're saying verify our data, does that feels like it might be, you know, talking down to Tong, and she doesn't like that. Okay. Tong gives you a curt smile and angles the hollow screen towards you. It sounds crude, she admits, but the colony will need to accept a certain level of oversight in this matter if we intend to survive, genetically speaking. Artificial insemination of material from Earth donors, even in love matches, for example. She has a side. I mean, you're not wrong, Ruak. I mean, maybe you should probably respect that. You stare at the genogram until your eyes cross and shake your head. Tong laughs. It's terrifyingly complex, isn't it? She says. Imagine, this process happens all the time, naturally. Why, any sweating beast can squirt a child into the dirt. That's certainly one way of putting it. It's just all proteins and luck, but the end result is this. She waves her hand at the massive chart. It's beautiful, in a way. On a long enough timescale, we can predict the genetic drift of species. In the face of that, what do family bonds matter? Tong laughs bitterly. It's not as if sharing genes with someone guarantees you'll be a strong family unit. Does anyone really like their parents? Well, one, yeah, I do, thank you. But also, reasoning 10 or greater, this all sounds a little eugenics-y. Tong looks affronted. You what? She sputters. Surely there's a middle ground between eugenics and everyone dying of preventable genetic diseases, especially in these first critical generations. Cool motive, still eugenics. Tong rolls her eyes. Whatever. I'm still going to run the simulations. Then when your inbred great-great-great-grandchildren interface with my consciousness that I've uploaded to the colony AI, I can tell them I was right. As for my own family, Tong continues, I feel no allegiance to any of them based on blood. If I had no family at all, that would be acceptable. What about Dees? Ugh, Tong says. I'm ashamed we're even related. Literally all he does is go on expedition and talk to trees. Who even knows where he is right now? Well, he's right outside the walls. We saw him. But don't you miss your mother? You mean the depressed drunk who died when I was a kid? Tong retorts. No, not at all. If it wasn't for Chief Steward Ann, I probably wouldn't even still be alive. Do you even want kids? I'm getting a strong sense of no. Tong looks thoughtfully at the genogram. Truthfully, I'm not entirely certain I can bear children. There must be limits to my gene-engineered body. I certainly didn't experience puberty to the extent that Mars and Tammy did, for example. Besides, Tong continues, children would only distract me from my work. The chief engineer never had children, after all. I think that's admirable. So that's probably a no on tangent. Tong's gaze flicks over to where Chief Engineer Instance is talking to one of the other lab assistants. In some ways, I am the child she never had, and she is the mother I wished I did have. We became close when she started my gender affirmation process. She continues. It was so obvious then that we were kindred spirits. As I would come in for checkups and observation, we'd talk about the science behind the process. Of course I showed an interest in it. In Instance fostered that in me. She supported me. Tong looks down at the ground. Unlike my own mother, who by that point had ceased to find joy in almost anything. What would I be without Instance, Tong says. The only things I have in life are what she gave me. Not just this body, but my passion, my hard work, my achievements. Without her, I would have nothing. I owe her everything. I mean, you're more than what she made you to be, or she sounds really important to you. I mean, she does sound really important to you, but you know she's more than that. You got us. I mean, I know Tong's not big on friendships, but you're more than what she made you to be. You don't understand, Tong replies. I'm not burdened by this debt to Instance. I love what she helped me become. I'm grateful. Now, if you excuse me, she says, turning back to the genotype before her, I have our legacy to plan. I mean, I have nothing but love for Tong, but She got some weird ideas, man. And she really doesn't seem to like her body. I don't know if there's anything we can do about that necessarily, but if there is, I'm certainly going to try, because I don't know if we can get her happy. I would like to at least get her content. Okay, Mars, what's up? Mars is working in the depot today. You find her sitting on a pile of boxes, drumming her feet against them as she flips dismissively through a magazine on her holopalm. Every so often, she snores to something she's read and rolls her eyes. "Aw hey," she says as you approach. "Would you rather have really bad body odor for a whole day, or have to spend a whole day naked?" Is it bad body odor? I'd be fine being naked, or... Why? "I'm reading some of the teen magazines from Old Earth," Mars says. "You know, like fashion and makeup and dating and stuff?" She turns to a new page and reads aloud. "Don't be afraid to use green concealer. You may look like the Wicked Witch at first, but don't click your heels and go home. Stick with it, and you'll be on that yellow brick road to clear, beautiful skin." Mars laughs incredulously. "What does that even mean?" "Papa taught me to put on makeup because I wanted to be pretty, like him," Mars says. "But it was never like, cover up your blemishes, make your nose smaller, hide your skunky pores. And that's all they ever talk about in these things." And it's like, was Earth fashion really about making everyone look as small as possible? What was wrong with them? I mean, that would take a long time to explain. Mars gestures to herself. "I was the biggest kid the whole time we were growing up, and I've always been gorgeous. And that's not just my genetic enhancement talking. Sometimes I feel like they should just make everyone unable to feel shame," Mars says. "Like, all these magazines talk about is how to fix your flaws or act different so people will like you. It's such a waste of time." Mars tosses her hair over her shoulder. "If people don't like me, they can flick off. I literally don't care what they think." So now at least know what Mars's augment is. Mars pats the box next to her, and you climb up and sit by her side. "The dating advice in these is pretty good, though," she says, flipping through a few pages. "Like, my dad's taught me about reproduction and stuff, but they get so squicked out when I asked how you actually get someone to have sex with you." She rolls her eyes. Teenagers on Earth were apparently very worried about getting boys to like them. Like, look at this quiz. 10 ways to tell he's super into you. Mars smirks and angles her holo screen away from you. "Ooh, let's see how into me you are." So, first question, do you have any cute nicknames for me? Uh, no? That's fair, Mars says. "I don't have any for you." Second question, do you get nervous around me? Never, or, well, sometimes. Mars gently prods you with her elbow. "No, really?" she exclaims. "Well, I guess that's understandable." Last question, do you go out of your way to see me? I mean, I am here. "Aw," Mars beams. I'm happy whenever you come talk with me. Us sophisticated folks gotta stick together." Mars makes a frustrated noise and dismisses her holoscreen. "Ugh, this is so wimpy. What was wrong with Earth teens? If you want to know if someone likes you, just ask them. It's easy if you're not a coward." Okay, so Mars's ambition upgrades. So it's now has a 7 rather than a 5, although we lose 3 kudos when we use it, although it's not like we're hurting for kudos. Mars turns to you and leans in, bracketing your eggs with her arms. You can smell her body lotion, light and floral, and you feel the heat of her chest against your arm. She pouts and looks at you through her lashes. "What about it? Do you like me?" How is she still taking? Well, I mean, there is something of a transactional relationship, I guess. Yeah, what do we know about Mars? Oh, her augment is that she's shameless. Aha. Feels like a weird augment, but okay. So we can flirt. Means that no, we're just friends, or I like Tangent more. I mean, I do like Tangent more, but I don't think Tangent likes us more. What's not to love about you, gorgeous? Mars smiles and tilts her head back. I didn't say love, she teases, but I'll take it. Okay, and this is also her birthday. And also, Mars likes the shiny shiny. Oh yeah, and then we have persuasion of 40 or greater, so we can just a plain 5. I don't know. Doesn't look shameless. Well, I mean, in that long discussion, she did say that she just wished everyone could, not have any shame. So I guess that's our cue. I don't know. Okay, so our our smitten buff has rolled off. So now we don't get the social bonus anymore, but we do have the kudos bonus. So this might be a good time to go ahead and get those last few pips in engineering, so we can max that out, and we can uh, then we can have then we can have the enlighten buff, and also see what max engineering gets us. Let's see. Repair robots gets us 3 plus a little creativity. That's reasoning. Engineering gets us 1 reasoning and 2 engineering, or 1 engineering and 2 reasoning rather. Now let's fix up some robots. It'll be fun. Plus we'll get more money. Okay. You're heading back to your quarters at the end of the day, and as you pass the medbay, you hear shouts scrambling from within. Several surveyors have come back with serious wounds, not the usual broken limbs and sunstroke. One of them is holding a towel to her own leg, staunching blood flow from a massive animal bite. Another looks nearly blinded from acid. It looks like chaos in there. So we have enough biology we can go help, so let's go help. Gosh, it's a good thing you were there. Triaging and getting the most badly wounded into the med beds is difficult, and the others need traditional medical attention while they wait. So we gain stress, boo, and +1 biology, eh. It's hectic, stressful work, but you're able to keep your head and provide assistance. Good work in there, Chief Engineer Issa says. You know, with how the colony's grown, I could use an assistant nurse in here. Someone I can trust to take care of things while I'm working in the lab. Come back next month and give me a hand if you're interested. Ooh. So now we can be a nursing assistant. Didn't expect that. I want. I wonder what we needed to make that happen. If it was like, was it more engineering or I'm not sure. Anyway, it's fine. Okay, so that gets a +3. Because we maxed it. Well, I guess technically we haven't maxed it out yet, and that actually gave us a boost to biology. So I'm not sure what the deal is there, but hey, I'm happy to look into it. Okay, so we kind of way overshot engineering, which is fine. Oh, nice. So we get another gear slot. There you go. We can equip an additional gear. And also, we're enlightened. So we've enlightened by mastering a skill, which means we got +1 to mental skill increases for 3 months. Although one of those is going to be. No, we still work in glow, so I guess that counts. Alright, so our last gear slot is open. What do we want to do with it? Well, we could put one of those in there. We could get a flat 20 persuasion. We could get 10 combat, or we could go to the store and see what's waiting for us in there. Oh yeah, and let's also take a look at what is the nursing assistant. So med bay, we get biology and empathy. Okay, empathy fine. Biology, we're good. Okay, let's check the store real quick. So we can buy anything that's here, really. That's yeah. We really don't need plus 30 engineering. I mean, plus 15 to all skills kind of sounds potentially useful. Maybe, although we haven't run into any combat that has that's required checks higher than what we have. Speaking of, where are we on that? Okay, we're pretty close to the second breakpoint there. No, we made that just fine, Ruek. I say thanks. I don't remember our. I mean, it was hard, but we managed it. I am intrigued by this. So I think if I'm reading this correctly, basically any blue card becomes wild. That could potentially be super duper handy, because wild cards finish out like straights and pairs at the same time, like all in one card. Matter of fact, I'm so intrigued, I think I'm gonna buy it. And I appreciate them double checking, because that is a hefty investment. And for those of you who can't quite see it, the vintage focus device is a fidget spinner. Now I will say, we might also at some point swap in the cool jacket, because I feel like that plus 20 to persuade. Hang on. No effect in challenges. I still feel like that could come in handy. But since we have the blue buff, and then we're very close to maxing out organizing, what we could do is we can go back, do more assist the governor, and then we can keep beefing up persuasion, but also nudge organizing toward completing. Matter of fact, I think that's exactly what we're going to do. Okay, you help mediate an argument between two people who can't decide how to split the shared space outside their residences. You're able to pull up the council minutes where it was decided that communal spaces must be utilized for the maximum enjoyment of all connected private spaces, regardless of proximity to entrances and windows. You tell the two complainants that they must figure out a way to equitably share the space or leave it empty for maximum utility. You're proud you managed to resolve this problem without putting it on the governor's desk. Okay, this suggests to me we've gone through all the governor event, all the governor events available, at least the ones available to us now. Yeah, see, look at this. Now all of our blue cards are wild. Okay, yeah, see that we just Yeah, so that counts as a blue, and it also counts as a 3 of a kind and a straight of 3. So that's, yeah, I am instantly swayed. So we got a little extra organizing. We're up to 90, and then a little bit more persuasion, and we'll get that second breakpoint. And wet 3 is Deece and Tangent's birthday. Oh, well, we have a Nomi event too. All right, well, but first, we're going to give him his yearly medicinal root. Okay. Which gets us to 73 with him. Not bad. And now he has something to say as well. You head on the colony hoping to find Deece, and you do, as well as Rhett and Utopia, who have teamed up to talk to Deece about something that has him scowling deeply. It was different before the attacks, you hear Utopia say, but you're older now, and when you're on expedition, you can get into a lot more danger than when you were just a little kid going walkabout. When you're out there on my team, I'm counting on you to do as you're told and to be where you said you'd be. She gestures beseechingly. What am I going to do if something happens to you out there, kid? What if you disappear one day and you're hurt, and no one knows where to find you? What if... I'll be fine, Deece cuts her off. I can take care of myself, and if I can't, that's on me. That's not how it works here, Rhett says, his voice stern. You're not just putting yourself in danger out there, you're putting the whole colony in danger. I know you're a bit of a loner, son, but you have family here. All of us. We're all your family. I don't think he's going to respond well to that. We're going to send people out to find you, and what if they get into the same trouble you did? We're counting on you to follow the directions out there, to keep everyone safe, not just yourself. What if I don't want to be found? Deece explodes, waving his arms. What if I want to be left the hell alone? Rhett and Utopia are stunned by Deece's outburst. Rhett opens his mouth to respond, but Deece talks over him. If I don't come back, just leave me out there. He spits. If this planet wants me dead, maybe I deserve it, huh? Maybe you ever think about that? Maybe I deserve to die out there. Maybe we all do. With that, Deece stomps away. Rhett and Utopia look stunned. Deece lost his... Did he have the symbols? I don't know. I can't say I've ever paid that much attention to Deece. You follow Deece around the outer walls of the colony, to where he's angrily pulling things out of the drainpipe hiding hole he's long since outgrown. Stupid humans, he grumbles, stuffing what looks like a bedroll into a carrying bag. They never think of anything except... Oh, he continues, trailing off when he sees you. What do you want? Are you okay, bud? I'm great, Deece mutters. Just awesome, actually. Yeah, thanks for asking. You watch him pull things into his hideaway and throw them into 2 piles. Screw this colony, he says. I didn't ask to be a part of it. I don't need it. I don't need anyone. I'd be better off living in the woods like an animal. At least that's real. He reaches in far and pulls out a busted-looking mechanical device, his old alien communicator he made using gear he stole from Command. Jeez, he laughs. Guys, I don't need this anymore. What do you mean? He smiles as he turns the device over his hands. Well, I've already got Sim, he says quietly. Didn't even need this whole thing, did I? He tosses it in the discard pile. I won't need it where I'm going anyway. Okay, so, I mean, we don't have the kind of flirtatious relationship with Deece. That's not us. Even though we are fairly close buds. I understand, do what you need to do, but I don't want him to run off. Yeah, don't go. I mean, he's going to go regardless, but at least we say we don't want him to go. Why? Deece says bluntly. There's nothing for me here. My mother's dead. I never had a father. My own twin sister hates me and thinks I'm an idiot. I don't have any friends, except for you. No one cares about me and what I want. Everyone here will be better off without me, and honestly, I'll be better off without them. Dees finishes packing up the stuff he's going to keep, which barely amounts to a full backpack. He straps it onto his back and nods at you, determined. Did I ever tell you my full name? He asks, seemingly randomly. Well, no, you sure didn't. Dees smiles a little at that, just the corners of his mouth, as he huffs a self-deprecating laugh. Yeah, I probably wouldn't have. It sucks, honestly. It's dysthymia. So, reasoning is 31 or greater. Doesn't that mean... Yeah, it means being sad. What a joke, right? Who names their kid that? He shakes his head. All Intent always talks about how babies make everyone happier. Was my mom sad before she had me and Tong? Or did having us make her sad? Was it me? Was I the reason? D scuffs his boot in the dirt. Whatever. No one's cared about me, basically ever. Since before I was born. My own mom didn't love me. Like the one person you think who could. He looks up at the sky and blinks rapidly. Whatever, he repeats. I'm out of here. Thanks for everything. You're the only good thing about this shithole. I'm gonna miss you. Aw, buddy. Can I at least give you a hug? You throw your arms around Dees, who grunts and pats your back awkwardly. He doesn't relax until you finally relent to let him go. You watch him disappear between the fungal trees. Within minutes, he's out of sight. You're getting ready for bed later that day when you receive a colony-wide announcement through your holopal. It reads as follows. Colony notes reminded there would be no unauthorized trips outside the walls without prior authorization from Expeditions Command. Anyone caught in violation of this rule will be punished. This includes going for a walk. It is dangerous outside the walls, and it's only to be done by trained and armed personnel. Thank you, Command. How about that? You sent Dees a message. It's just like a bunch of question marks. Dees messages you back immediately with just a picture of a knife. You're guessing he didn't get very far. Okay, well that's good. I was afraid we lost our guy. Okay, Nomi, what's up with you? Nomi is in their usual spot in the lounge, surrounded by their steadily growing collection of body pillows and stuffed animals. They're curled up with their arms around a giant plushy creature and seem to be scrolling listlessly through the movies available in the Colony Media Archive. You okay, bud? No! Nomi pouts. I've been betrayed! I finished all of Maid Stalker Ares and it ended on a cliffhanger! They tip over onto their side, clutching their plushie to their chest in anguish. I didn't know the Stratosphere had left Earth before the series finished airing. No, you have every episode except the two-parter season finale. They bury their face against the plushie. Now we'll never know how it ends. It's not fair that we'll never have any new shows to watch. So we're not creative enough to come up with a new ending, although only just. Or we have enough empathy to say, this isn't about the show, is it? Nomi wipes their eyes and heaves a big sigh. Yeah, they say, not meeting your eye. I guess it's kind of true. It just reminds me that... They pick at the thread of their plushie. You know, they continue quietly. Everything ends, and sometimes it's a lot sooner than you expected. When I got here, I remember looking at your huge media library and thinking, wow, galactic! I'm never going to run out of things to watch. It felt like the whole world was still ahead of me, ready to be discovered. A new planet, new people, a new life. Nomi digs their fingers into their plushie. Now it feels like everything's just on fire all the time, and everyone's all on my case about how I need to grow up. What's so bad about being innocent? Why does everything have to be so grim all the time? That's a good question, Nomi. Why is that the case? They wipe their eyes again, angrily. And I don't get any more episodes of this stupid show I like. It's not fair. I mean, yeah, I get that. It's hard. Nomi nods, their chin wobbling as they try to keep it together. Yeah, they say, tipping their head up to the ceiling, trying to put on a brave smile. Thanks for getting it. Nomi seems sweet. A little... eccentric. But sweet. Okay, and if it's Deese's birthday, obviously, it's Tangent's too. Yeah, we need reasoning 80. We're not really even close. But that's fine. Because despite that, we are still almost max besties. Okay, so we have another month of blue buff. If we get 6 persuasion, that'll be that. And we are 10 organizing away from capitalizing on that. Honestly, I think more assisting the governor. Oh, wait. Did we give Rex a log? I don't think we did. Oh no, we did. Okay, good. He's gonna finish this. He's gonna finish this bar of his eventually. Okay. Yeah, so we'll keep grinding persuasion and organizing. Okay. Lum isn't the kind of governor who's happy to sit in his chair and make decisions. He likes to be outside with the people, even though his presence usually brings productivity down wherever he goes. As his assistant, it's your job to discreetly manage where he goes and how often, keeping the different departments happy and functional. You learn quickly how to manage from below, without Lum catching on to how much work you need to do just to preserve his image. Okay, so +1 to yellow cards, and then a +1 to pairs. So actually, let's see, that's 60. Well, no, I think that would be, that's a 17-point card right there. I think we just go ahead and take that. If we can somehow get more points than that, well, hang on, that's worth 62. That's worth 64. Okay, we'll put that in there. Wait, how can we have got a 76 out of that? I ask you. That is just. Well, no, because the 9 would have broken the row of 5s, so that would have been even less, I think. Anyway, it's fine. It's fine. Okay, so we got. Oh, so we got this breakpoint in persuasion, so we get +1 kudo every time you receive kudos. I mean, no, that that actually doesn't seem that great. Because like if we got 8 kudos, we would have got 9 kudos. I don't know. Seems underpowered. How about that? And we got another 4 organizing. It's fine. I think at this point, I don't know how much we want to sweat min-maxing. There we go. +1 kudo. Thank you, game. Appreciate that. Okay. This is 7. Yeah, we're gonna save real here. Yeah, glow looks fantastic. Yeah, like what is it? Pollen season looks nice, all pink and pretty and fluffy and whatnot. But this is, yeah, glow is it is striking, definitely. You want to live in glow? I mean, that's not a bad shout, Siren. I mean, there's also the small issue if that's all when all the attacks happen as well. But if if we can work around that, then it's great. Okay, so after this we turn 18. We're gonna have like 2 years to go. We're at our 18th year and our 19th year. So I wonder if Yeah, we got a whole mess of these medicinal roots that we're just not using that much. We might as well, you know, keep pumping friendship with these two. Siren, I'm a night person who must have come from a long line of worker versus night watch people. Glow seems like your gem. Okay. Well, I can definitely see the allure. I guess I would wonder, like, how difficult, just like speaking practically, how difficult would it be to get to sleep? Because we got 2 more friendship tangent. We're at 98, so we give her one more. We give her one more bit of medicinal roots in quiet season, and that's gonna be max friendship with her. I don't know what that's gonna do, but all right. Okay, all of our buffs have worn off. Oh wait, no. Um, I am reminded now. We need. Do we want to swap that out, or does the? No, I think the wild cards would probably be a greater value. And we save too, so if things go awry, it's fine. But we, yeah, one thing we've been doing is we've been doing lookout duty in Glow, because it does like that also increases our colony defense. Now we don't need any of those stats, of course. And I wonder, because we every other Glow we've gone out during Glow, and then we've got the heroic buff, so we can increase our red stats, but I'm not sure if that's still a thing we need to do, or because like perception and animals are fine. Toughness hasn't really come into it, and then like when we went to the swamps, we just got a whole mess of combat. Anyway, let's do lookout duty, and that's the same text as usual. Okay, can we do like that? And that? Or hang on. Even better, how about we do that? Okay, so if we put this in there, they're all gonna lose 1. But then that's gonna gain 2. And we'll also have 4 reds in a row. See. So we've got 48 showing. And that takes us to 58. And that's 56. Okay, we'll just do that. Okay, yeah, perception, animals, I'm not fussed. We're already maxed out on both of those. Okay. You're on duty when you see them. A swarm of Xenos of all sizes and kinds, all walking slowly out of the forest, across the firebreak. In the silence of Glow, their footsteps creak ominously as they advance. You sound the alarm, and rush to the garrison to help mobilize the colony's defense, but something feels different about this attack. Bravery 40. Oh yeah, we're well clear there. Yeah, so I guess here's the question: Do we Do we want more? Well, I guess it's. Well, I guess we save. So I guess if something bad happens, we can always just go shelter in quarters. But honestly, let's see what happens. You head to the garrison to grab a plas rifle, then report to the front. Chief Rhett looks surprised to see you, but assigns you to a squad with them and tells you to get up on the walls and do your best. On the other side of the walls is more xenos than you've seen in one place, ever. They seethe out of the forest, large and small, herbivorous and predatory, fungal and otherwise, flying and crawling and hopping towards the colony with a single-minded determination. The air fills with a pew-pew of laser turrets and the crackle of plas rifles. The enemy's front line collapses, only to be replaced by even more Xenos, just as many as before, if not more. There's no end to it. The firebreak turns into a graveyard of dead and dying alien bodies, wave after wave, crawling over the corpses until they roil at the base of the walls like the foam on a wave when it hits the shore. You hear the walls creaking beneath you, but they hold strong. Okay, so we gain 5 stress. There's no sun to set in Glow, but the night falls on the battlefield without any break in the fighting. Your fingers begin to cramp from the pulling the trigger of your plas rifle. Finally, you're relieved by the second guard shift. You walk straight into the garrison and right into a dreamless sleep. You're awoken 6 hours later for your next shift. The kitchens have provided the soldiers with pressed soy rations and hot blep tea, which you grab, then make your way back to the walls to survey the carnage of the night. As you arrive, your holopalm lights up with a priority message. Security personnel, we are under siege, the security chief says, getting right to the point. On Earth, sieges were used to break a city by starvation or drought. We have plenty of food and water. Guards will rotate 6 hours on, 6 hours off. So long as we can keep the Xenos on the other side of the wall, we can hold them off for days, weeks even. Weeks? Everyone exchanges exhausted looks. He pauses, then adds, we can do this. We're stronger than them, and we're not going anywhere. You and the other soldiers fall into a fitful rhythm, alternating shifts on the wall with brief snippets of sleep. Gunfire becomes the soundtrack of your days, which begin to smear together like paste. Nem, in particular, is suffering. She volunteers for relief shifts, sometimes pulling doubles or triples on the wall. You catch her mechanically shoveling soy porridge into her mouth before seeming to fall asleep sitting up. A minute later, she jolts awake as someone's spoon clatters against their bowl. Tempers grow short as fatigue sets in. 6 days pass. You're on shift, watching the Xenos batter themselves against the walls. You feel your eyes unfocus at the sheer, formless horde of them. In all these days, they still haven't breached the colony. Sometimes they even seem to retreat, ebbing backwards and reforming somewhere else. It's behavior you've never seen before. A group of monsters breaks from the tree line. Nothing new, except for one of them. One of the Xenos looks different from the others, almost humanoid. What is that thing? The creature looks suspiciously like a person, at least from the waist up. Down below is a lumbering chimera, vaguely reminiscent of a faceless, wrapped in tattered bits of flesh and bony protrusions. Something like hair flutters as behind it as it turns and looks right at you with an unnerving, malevolent intelligence. You rub your eyes. Yep, it's still there. It approaches to the base of the wall, and the other monsters surge forward to pound against the gates. I don't know how well this is going to go, but we could try to talk to it. You wave to it, and the creature sneers and, to your surprise, approaches the wall. Little weed. They address you in a halting, rasping voice. Everything seems to go quiet nearby as you strain to understand this talking horror. Child of breeding rabbits. Feral pig. Kutsu. Its unnervingly human gaze pierces you. Introduced species. You understand? You wonder if you're hallucinating. Is it holding a gun? You slowly nod yes. You understand the words, at least. I am Noctilucent, the monster says through a voice box that seems better suited to guttural roars than human language. A gardener. Designation pest control. I perform my task, unlike gardener symbiosis. Sim, yes, now that they're standing still, you can see the seed of Sim's slightly inhuman features staring back at you. Their hair is a bit like Sim's as well, as if it's actually alive somehow, waving in a wind that isn't there. So he can say, what do you want? Why are you trying to kill us? I think that's pretty obvious. Or, bring it on, you ugly asshole. I mean, I want to say that, but I mean, okay, it's pretty clear they want us gone. They're trying to kill us because they see us as an invasive species, and they want us gone. The guy works in pest control, after all. Fine, bring it on. Who are you talking to? You jump as Nem sneaks up behind you, and when you look back, Noctilucent is gone. Okay, that alien was talking. We can talk delusions. Um, wait. That card, it's a -1? Do not want. Nobody. You shake your head and mumble something about needing sleep. You promised Sim you wouldn't talk about the gardeners. She nods and pats your soldier. The siege is getting to everyone. It's okay. Yeah, I am suspicious about that. It is wild, so that would count, but it just looks like a bad card. And honestly, we don't need more cards. No, like I don't think cards unlock story so much. And we did tell Sim we wouldn't tell people about the gardeners. So finally, after the sixth day of the siege, you look down the sights of your plasma rifle and see a curious thing. The monsters are retreating. As you gather with the other soldiers in the colony square, your hollow palm lights up with a priority announcement from Governor Lum. The alien attackers have been defeated, he says. The siege has ended. Lum smiles broadly and puffs out his chest. Another year, another win. You're welcome, Vertumna. You're welcome, humanity. You're welcome? You hear? And see Chief Rhett nearby, looking livid. What did he do? He rants to his security officers. He sat there like an idiot with his honor guard, defend strategically unsound positions, put himself in danger so he had to save his overstuffed ass. The soldiers all shift uncomfortably, but no one disagrees. And when I actually needed him, Red continues, taking his 12-hour beauty rest while the rest of us slog through endless shifts. The soldiers are exhausted from the siege, so the crowd in the square disperses quickly. Only a few Helios remain, covertly filming Rhett while he continues to rail against Lum. On the horizon, the first rays of quiet streak the sky with lavender. You watch Utopia's reclamation crew head out through the gates to begin vaporizing xenocourses for their component molecules. That night, you have terrible dreams. You imagine that you're sieging the colony, that you're a creature crawling in the mud on your belly, the ozone crackle of plas rifle fire, arcing overhead. With your taloned claws, you rip into the walls like they're made of clay, stuffing choking handfuls of it into your mouth. In a moment of lucidity, you try to pull the clay from your throat, but no matter how hard you pull, it just never ends. You jolt when you realize you've been pulling your own guts out of your own throat. Just a dream. You're shaking and coated in a film of terror sweat, your heart pounding. You don't find sleep again before dawn break. Siren, kind of looks like Lum's giving everyone a common enemy himself. That is accurate, I believe. Okay, well that was year 17. We picked up some cards, most of them actually pretty high value. We picked up a whole bunch of combat and persuasion and engineering and organizing. Negative money, but that was all on the vintage focus device. A little stress loss, a little bit more loyal. Didn't pick up any colony food, but we kind of didn't need to, and a whole bunch more colony defense. Okay. And we roll into our 18th year, but I think we're going to call it there because it is 2 a.m., 2:15 in fact, and well, I need to get to bed. As much as fun, I am having fun doing this. I'm wondering where this is going to head because as we said, I mean, it's clear, there's going to be a revolution, and either we are going to be at the head of it or Mars will. And we stopped an engineered plague, and we are now dating a dog boy. Speaking of hogs, and more importantly, more logs. Still no bar progress, huh? Well, we're up to 65 friendship with Rex though, so there is that. All right, yeah, we gained a little friendship with Vase at the boss event. Okay, that is, we gifted Rex so I can remember. So good. This is 18 quiet 1. Or quiet 118. There we go. Alrighty, and we'll pop back to the main menu. Yeah, we're getting close to finishing this up. But yeah, we're going to leave it there. Folks, thank you all so much for joining me tonight. I really appreciate that. Rex was a famous Polish cartoon about a very smart dog called Rexio. Nice. You wonder if there is a connection. Maybe. I'm not sure. If the devs are Polish, that could be. But yeah, thank you to Ruak and Siren for hanging out and chatting. And also big thanks to Longshot Plays for coming in with the raid, and then also to Eternal Grudge for coming along with the raid and chatting as well. And also thanks to Fishman, who was here earlier, right closer to the start of the stream. And of course, thank you to the lurkers as well. Oh, the Desert Canadian, I see. Yeah, Rexio might not have been. Well, they might have taken some creative liberties with Rex's wear. All right. Anyway, as we always do here when we sign off, let's find someone to raid and we can pass the love on to someone else. So who's out there doing something fun and interesting? Let's see. Juniper Mint is back on Steins Gate. Let's see. Katz is playing Stranded Deep with Wendy and Char Char. Helga's playing Raft with Sarah. What do we think? Actually, I haven't rated Cats in a good long while. Let's do that. Yeah, Cats is, she's a long dark streamer, but she's been branching out a whole lot recently too. She's been playing, she's been playing Elden Ring and is it Ark? I think it is the dinosaur game. Yeah, let's just do our due diligence before we go. Make sure we're not gonna raid someone who's just about to finish. Okay, no, looks like Cats is just fine. Okay, yeah, we're gonna go raid Cats. Folks, if you can stick around through the raid, I would greatly appreciate it. Show Cats some love, and then when we land, if you want to go run off somewhere else, hey, go right ahead. Feel free. But yeah, we're going to be back at this tomorrow. Hopefully, we can complete the game, and then we'll be ready to move on to our next one. But thank you all so much for being here, and we'll see you next time. Bye for now.